Go.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cloister of the Dice. And I'm seeing over there, I'm not coming through.
No, you're coming through.
Oh, I am coming through? Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure. I couldn't tell. Oh, I see. There's too many audio lines there. My apologies. Welcome to the Cloister of the Dice, ladies and gentlemen. We got a special one-shot today. It's the end of the month, as always, so we do our special one-shots. Of course, I'm your man. I'm the MC behind the scenes. I'm John. Of course, we've got Akira Coops, Lady K, Mildred the Monk, Nevermore Frost, Slick Rick, Xanatrix, and our special guest DM of the night, Tanner, a.k.a. Prof P. Welcome back to the temple, sir, and hello, everybody.
Woo-wee. Fucking RVT, never without a botch.
This time it was a self-botch, though. So.
Yes, this was my botch, not yours, dear.
No, actually, no, it was mine because Spotify wasn't working for a minute.
So it was a double botch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we tell you to roll with advantage and you still get double ones, you know it's a bad day for you. But
that goes without saying.
In that case, I would simply ask you to stop borrowing Mike's dice.
Are we sure we're not using Will Wheaton's?
No, I wouldn't touch those dice with a 10-foot pole.
The only way I would touch...
Shut up, Wesley Dice!
The only time I would touch them is if I have a Plague Doctor's mask, Plague Doctor's outfit, and then I was going to troll the cast of The Obvious Show.
Oh.
And even then, I would not actually use it. I would just use a fake one.
The only time I troll in costume is when I go to universities dressed as Gandalf during finals week, and just shout, "You shall not pass."
Monk, you're too black for that.
I didn't even start that. That's been a thing that I was at the U of M for years.
I know. You're still too black for it.
Oh.
We are very happy to have Tanner back in the monastery after a long absence.
Yes,
Yeah.
Happy to be here. Oh, it's good to be back.
Mm-hmm. And for those unaware, Tanner is the creator, lead designer, and sleep-deprived developer of Heavens and Heresies. Zan and I covered a earlier version of it when it was still just a highly hacked 5e when I was on my quest to find a advanced 5e that was better than what EN World was putting out.
We found it. Heavens and Heresies was certainly it.
I found several, and that is one that certainly fit the bill. It's just Level Up 5e left a sour taste in my mouth back then. I'd say it still does. And eventually that led to several interviews, me doing several character design sessions, and even experimenting with adapting the original cast of Vox Machina into this system. And some characters were much easier than others. And some I had to do some creative liberties with, like, say, Percy, who I made.
That actually makes sense because Percy had to be homebrewed into 5e to begin with because they didn't have guns in 5e at the time.
You can blame Crawford for that with his whole. Oh, we didn't put it in there because we wanted people to come up with their own imaginations. Shorthand for we're too lazy to figure it out. Oh no, but I made Percy an Inquisitor,
which made sense. Man, the first iteration of the Inquisitor, which I still have a character sheet for with Yuris the Mage Masha.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Tanner going, maybe the compulsions are a little OP.
Mm-hmm.
Been a number of revisions since then.
I know, and I was sad to hear it.
And other things, but
mm-hmm.
Working well.
Yeah, back then, there was still the idea of using movement for minor actions. That has since been changed into a full-on AP system.
Yep.
And compel is no longer nearly as OP as it was. For those who don't understand, compel was a condition that made target do thing, or if not do thing, take damage per stack of compel, and then dispel compel.
So what you're saying
Does
is
that.
compel is no longer as compelling to use?
Oh no, it still is. In fact, in another game we're running, one of the competitors in a tournament arc that we're going into, her whole strategy is to use the compel spell to tell her opponent to yield, and it works really well.
That's evil, and I love it.
Your ideas intrigue me, and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter.
Good.
There is a grand and time-honored tradition of people house ruling a certain game and then that evolving into its own game. And a lot of people are getting their first taste of that, especially given events over the last 15 months. But that is another story. And I've been in a one shot with him before. That's also where the whole Mage Smasher thing came along.
Yep.
And
Udis Mage Smasher was the character from a one shot we did back right after the actual Valley of the Judged we did on Heavens and Heresies.
Then there was the follow up where we did several streams going over character creation sessions, since he had meant. I believe Tanner had mentioned at the time that he wanted to test to see if character creation was easy or too tricky. And I volunteered to help out by making we made one character from each class. Of course, those streams are still up on the YouTube page. But obviously a lot has changed. Even the videos that we've done, I still stand by everything we said in them, but there's a few things that are certainly out of date. The minor action thing being replaced by an AP system is one of the big ones, but for the most part, those videos provide a good metric as to what Heavens and Heresies is trying to do. And as I told some of the others here, this game was a major factor in terms of design philosophy that I carried over into the FF Legend project, which is coming. Hopefully you all will be able to see it this fall.
If any of you are following the itch page, you've already seen the dev note that I uploaded, but all major rewrites are finished. We are just moving on to the final grammar, syntax, spelling, copy edit checks. Once we're finished with that, it is out of my hands as editor-in-chief and goes into the hands of our lovely PDF team with Matt and Naminomi. And I'm sure they'll make it look just as prettyful as it should be. And once it's just as prettyful as it should be, Core Book PDF will be up on the itch page and we'll be ready for Sage and everything else. And I'm really excited.
Ooh-wee.
Woo-woo.
And then we'll
One day
pop
we-
the champagne.
And maybe one day we'll actually play a one-shot or a full campaign in FF Legend on the Cloister.
I'm all
Yeah.
for that.
I'll run that. I'll
Oh.
let you play. I actually want to run our FF Legend game.
I think you'll be fighting with Matt over that, and you'll be looking at that particular fight and going, "Nah, I'd win."
I mean, I don't know how tall Matt is, but I'm pretty sure he's shorter than me.
Just playing odds, yes. Just by virtue of if someone's saying that they're likely shorter than us, it'd be a case of, do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
6'6" is well above average. This is true.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with that, Monk, it's time for Tanner to introduce us to Heavens and Heresies. Don't you think that?
Yes. So Tanner, tell us a story.
All right. Well, this particular tale of Heavens and Heresy occurs in the territory of Mont Alo. To outsiders looking in, strange territory in the plains and deserts of the south that prides itself on its great temples and ziggurats dedicated to the gods that they recognize. This is one thing that sets Ma'elo apart from the other territories, alliances, and kingdoms of Mirari. Ma'elo does not recognize the seven, those being the seven lords of Gehenna, nor do they recognize the Fae god, the Arcadians, as being truly divine. No, only the 12 are recognized within the realms of Ma'elo. Your group has been sought out in order to protect an offering that is being taken to the holy temple of Esh. You began your journey in the Spine, the territory of the dwarves. You were promised 750 gold pieces upon arrival in the temple's Esh, a hefty and fair sum for each of you. Looking around the beginning of your adventure, you notice that quite a few marked souls, such as yourself, had been purchased to protect this very strange wagon. Led by a giant boar named Trotter, and managed by someone you've come to know as Shof the Sunstain. He is a taciturn man that speaks only when necessary, but has relayed to you that he brings an offering of great importance to the temple, and it is up to you to be safe. So far, you've managed your job without any major issue. You've encountered minotaurs on the way here, slavers, and managing to slay them have moved on deeper into the territory of Ma'elo. You even encountered a roaming brown dragon flying overhead, but making yourself scarce and disguising the wagon, it passed by without too much incident. Where you are now, Shof has explained that the plains and ravines that you will be entering into are heavily guarded by people he, with an uncharacteristic disdain, described as rock crawlers. Not truly citizens of Ma'elo, but who live on the fringes of society. He has warned you that, most likely, this wagon will be their target. They want what's inside. Speaking of which, of all of the people here, none of you have actually seen what's inside the wagon itself. It is a strange construction, seeming to be built of stone, with magical runes and glyphs and iconography towards the 12 gods that Milo recognized. Shof himself has never been inside. All of his belongings, his camping equipment, all of the tools to prepare meals are hung on the outside of the wagon, and he himself does not sit atop of it, but instead rides Trotter, the giant boar, in order to direct it. As you stand at the opening of two great plateaus on either side of you, the small road leading between them, Shof speaks up, addressing the party.
Well, most likely is dirty rock crawlers are going to be all over us in the wagon, so keep your wits about you. Don't let them overtake us. We need to get this to Esh. It's of utmost importance. We're making good time, but
he looks around warily.
I've never really liked his most direct path.
Well, at this point, if they want to get in our way, it'll be their funeral. I'm looking for some heads to smash.
Shof kind of nods to him.
Yes, good. The right attitude. Well, shall we be on then, or do you have other matters of business before we enter? Admit I'm a bit apprehensive for it.
Let us carry on.
Right. Right.
You begin to move forward into the entrance of the ravine, and as you do, you notice carved into a number of rocks on either side are strange glyphs, iconography, not depicting the 12, but depicting scenes of what look like demons, the Lord's Gehenna, and specifically looking closer at them, you notice that there are smaller figures crawling on their larger forms, spears and wands in hands, as if describing some great and epic battle. I would like everyone here who has proficiency in lore or history, I believe it's history on some of your character sheets, and lore on the others, I apologize, to go ahead and make me a check. It's going to be 1d20, and you're going to add your resolve modifier and whatever bonus you have to hit.
I have a tier 1 expertise. What else do I get out of that?
So all of your bonuses have already been put into your character sheet, so that bonus has already been applied in.
All right.
Which one are we looking for? Lore?
Lore or history.
Or under proficiencies.
Yeah,
Okay.
under proficiencies, it's history.
Huh.
For some of
Surprisingly,
you,
I've
and
got
for some
3.
of you, it's lore.
I have +3 on lore.
Well done. Oh!
A 6.
Ooh, that's a ominous first roll of the one shot.
No, that tends to happen to me.
It does.
The rest of these bastards like to pass their bad luck to me.
Moira rolls a 22.
And resolve is the res ability score,
Yes.
right?
And it was 1d20.
1d20 plus
Yeah, I
resolve
did that
mod
wrong.
plus bonus.
Well, there we go.
Proficiency.
I did that wrong.
Resolve. I've got to find the resolve mod.
Under ability scores.
Under ability scores, it'll be the plus or minus at the bottom of that list.
There we go.
Oh,
Yeah.
crap. That was
Just
minus
add that to
9
whatever you-
or plus 9?
Oh,
No. Not.
I got 4.
Yeah, but you rolled a 1.
I know.
Hit rolling one
Not
means
the
not a
nine,
fail.
the plus
Yeah.
Under the actual ability score, not the defense.
Yes, the defenses we will get to, maybe. We're definitely.
Yours-
But for now, the modifier is the one under your base ability. So,
Yep.
looking out, a number of you are having trouble placing this. You can most of you look at these large figures carved into the stone walls and realize that they are demons in some sort of conflict with smaller beings. Celine and Moira, you would know a little bit more. You recall some of the lore of the people who live amongst the rocks and not among the great temples of Mot Alo. They do share a number of things in common with the citizens of Mot Alo, mostly their hatred of demons. Now, demons are not universally hated in the world. In fact, all of the other territories within Mirari worship them as gods. It is only Mot Alo that shows a great disdain from them, and that is shared by most of the population. Celine, I'll start with you because you got the lower of the passing rolls. You look at this, gauging a little bit closer, and peering into the carvings. A number of them look fresh with blood that has been smeared over them. Initially, you are taken aback by this, but you remember that this seems to be a custom of the people who live out among the rocks here. When they have killed a demon, they reconsecrate their sacred grounds with the blood of said demon over their carving. But you know, Moira, you think a little bit deeper, recalling the lore and knowledge you know. Looking up, the demons that are smeared with blood, it's not all of them. It is specific demons. You look and see that the demons that have been marked with blood, there are 2 among the 7 that are particularly marked in this way. That is the demon of knowledge and greed, Mammon, and the demon of jealousy, Beelzebub. Both of them are stained fresh.
Warrior's brow furrows. I don't like the look of this, boys. There's something off about this.
And she points to the carved effigies. And she explains that those are the only 2 demons that are stained with blood, not all of them.
Yeah, and it's fresh demon blood, which is even more concerning.
I noticed that too.
Shof looks up from Trotter.
Dirty rock crawlers putting blood everywhere. Eh? Well, keep your arms up, weapons out. I expect they'll be here soon.
Kind of hunches shoulders and looks up to either side. His very leathery and wrinkled face peering out from bushy white eyebrows.
Eliana does take this time to wield both of her flails freely by her side. Trouble always comes in threes. There are only 2. What shall be the blood for the last thing they mark?
Celine, go ahead. You looking at. Go ahead and make me an intuition investigation roll. And this will be how I'll be calling out the rolls. When I say a stat, you'll add that specific stat modifier. And when I say a skill, you'll add whatever proficiency you have to that skill.
Now, is that for all of us, or...?
Just for Celine.
Gotcha.
Investigation which?
Intuition.
Intuition.
So do I add the skill bonus and the intuition bonus?
Yes, you add your intuition modifier and your
Investigation proficiency.
in investigation. Should be a +5.
20.
Funny. Looking over to sorry. As the comment was made, Celine, you standing more near to Shof, get a look and read on his face. As I've forgotten your character's
Eliana?
name, but it is Eliana?
Eliana.
Yes. As Eliana says this and looks off towards the carvings and runes, you look towards Shof. He looks uncomfortable. With a 20, he looks uncomfortable, but maybe slightly knowledgeable. Like he knows something.
All right. I go up to him and say, "What's on your mind, old man?"
Well, I don't. Comes in threes. I hope that doesn't come true. I don't want to meet any more demons.
Kind of just sinks into his saddlebags on Trotter and begins to pull some like leather flaps that act as guards over him.
We must definitely be wary.
Any more demons?
Liana, you look towards him. He seems kind of sunken into himself. Unlikely that he wants to say any more on the subject, but everyone here gets a sense that there might be something more to say.
Dolph, if there's something here that we need to know to keep us all safe, it's better to let it out.
Leona, go ahead and make me a wits persuasion.
Ah, that's gonna be a bad roll. It's 16.
16.
And
More uncomfortable still, he shuffles around on top of the giant boar that he rides.
concerns the matter of the offering we are bringing to Esh. I do believe, though I've not seen the contents of it, that it is demonic in nature. Keep in mind, no one except for the High Priestess is going to open this cart, so I don't know if I am even right on that. I hope these devil haters, as right as they may be in the place of hatred, are not keen on getting.
If your presumption is true, we need to make haste.
Quite right, quite right.
Even if it isn't, if the people who are accosting this area believe it is, that's all the justification they would need.
I expect so. Shields up. Let's continue forward.
As you begin to move into the ravine and through it, I would like everyone to make me a dexterity bushcraft, or it might be called nature in your list. I think half of them say bushcraft and the other one half say nature. And again, I'll do that.
Alright, so
Dexterity, bushcraft, or dexterity, nature?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna be a shit roll for me.
Oh!
I got the worst roll you could possibly get!
Actually, no, he didn't do a +1, he did -1.
Yeah, my dexterity modifier is -1.
Oh, shit.
Jesus! Went from a 0 to a 20 in the next roll.
Yeah.
Alright.
oh, that's not bad.
I don't have any skills in nature, so yeah, that is my roll.
So it's the combination, the whole of, so for instance, for me, it would
modifier
be...
from the stat.
From your ability score, and then
and
the
bonus from
skill
your
you have a proficiency
skill
on.
proficiency.
Alright, so 4. Got it.
Yeah, +4.
13.
Okay. So, those of you who got 10 or above, you're fine. Those of you that didn't, Thornick.
Thorgar, you also need to roll. You haven't rolled yet.
Oh.
You're gonna have to manually reference your character sheet because he doesn't have a H&H character sheet programmed into Roll20.
Yeah, I got it pulled up.
Okay. So it's gonna be your dexterity or your dexterity ability bonus, and your proficiency in either
Bushcraft. So that
nature
will be
or
1d20
bushcraft.
plus 3.
Let's see. Oh, I got it.
Narrate.
D20
Rest.
plus.
Those of you who get above a 10, you're fine. Those of you who did not get above a 10, Thornick, reduce your current vitality pool by 2. The trek is particularly taxing for you, Thornick, being up in the front guard, looking around your great sword drawn. You keep tripping over rocks. You're not the most agile of people, and this hike is finicky in places. You slip and fall a couple of times, need to right yourself, and it's tiring for you. Those who got above a 10, you're fine. Those who got a 15 or above, the trek is relatively easy for you, and you are able to keep your wits about you. Looking around, not really caring about the hindrances on the path ahead as you are able to more intuitively navigate them, you look up into the plateaus themselves. I would like you all to make me a wits investigation roll.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Another shit roll coming from me. All right.
Well, it's anybody. It's anybody who got a 15 or up on the previous roll that's rolling a wits investigation.
Oh.
Yep.
13.
20.
Oh.
16.
Celine, you look out. Your eyes don't really catch Thorgar as well. However, Ileana and Thalor, you look up ahead about 40, 60 feet ahead of you or so, up into the plateaus. You notice that there is some strange movement among the rocks. The rocks themselves don't move like a creature would, but you notice that some of them appear to shift in a slight breeze, as if some of the rocks up here might actually be rocks, but a fabric dyed to look like rocks. Your best guess from noticing this is that something up in the plateau ahead of you is hiding.
Looking over at Thalor for a second before looking back to the rest of the party. Be on your guard. Some of the boulders up there are just fabric coverings. We may be running into an ambush.
The only part I disagree on that is the may.
Finally. I'm tired of walking on this trip on this freaking land already. I want to do some actual smashing.
Maybe next time, be mindful of the terrain and not drag your sword all over the place.
Watch it, or else your head's gonna be smashed next.
Want me to burn your clothes while you're wearing them? Again.
Gentlemen, save that aggression for actual targets.
Yeah, look, I'm in a good mood.
Oi, quit the pissing contest and shut your mouths.
So, seeing these, what is most likely an ambush ahead, what does the party do? How would they like? Also,
Well,
just in terms of reference, you can ask me if your character can do anything, you can attempt anything you'd like. I will try my best to give you the best way to accomplish what it is like.
let's see.
I'm going to prepare my pole arm. So if things get to that situation, I have that drawn.
Alright,
Skullduggery, that's... Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. Is, that gonna be like dirty fighting?
Skullduggery is your ability to sneak, pick locks, stealth, stay hidden,
Perfect.
those types of.
Perfect.
It's your underhanded bastardry, is what it is.
Duly noted.
So about
Well,
how far away are these rocks anyway?
So you are surrounded on either side by large plateaus. The coverings that were spotted by your allies are probably about 60 feet ahead of you, but up in the rocks themselves, maybe 30 feet up is the lowest one. And then they, at various points that you've noticed, scale up the rocks. There's roughly about 8, 10 of these covered.
Okay.
Now, have we reached the point where they fully surrounded us yet, or are we still behind us?
You're still behind. You don't notice any behind you, just in front of you.
Okay, so I'm gonna look. You know what? We don't want to be. Even I'm smart enough to know we shouldn't be surrounded. I'd say if we're all ready, I say we call them out.
Hold on. I'm just wondering, are we on? What kind of terrain are we on? Because I'm looking at terrain expert.
You are on is going to be desert.
We're in desert.
Which
Okay.
has been very, very helpful on your journey here. A little under the hood. I would have started this party with less map vitality were you not in it.
All right.
Yeah.
I
And
just
then-
look over at everybody, make sure to give me a signal when they're ready.
Can I get a word in, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. I've been trying to talk for like the last 3 minutes. Anywho, question: what time of day is it?
It is around a little after noon, a little after midday. The sun is very high in the sky, and it is very hot.
All right. Are the shadows behind where these faux boulders are?
Sorry, I'm doing hand motion gauge. So the sun is illuminating what would be to your right and casting shadows from the leftmost plateau that
Okay. So if we're going off of the image that I've got up on the screen right now for reference, let's see.
Oh.
Hello. Something changed. What changed?
Let me know if you can only see black.
I can
You
only
can
see
only
black.
see black.
Yeah,
What?
only black.
Oh,
Roll
okay.
20
see
shenanigans.
you
We're
in-
used to this shit.
I see a window and I want it painted black.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, that is lame because I gave all your characters vision, and I made all these tokens. Joined, and everyone should be able to see.
Did you turn the visibility on the layer?
I'm going to refresh just to be safe.
I already did.
Mhm.
I did too. It ain't this shit.
Okay.
Open vision is on. Things
Hey,
can be edited. In
I recognize these handouts that have existed for years.
Alright. Quick refresh.
guys. Let's try dragging a duplicate. So I'll drag Thornic into the map. Thornic, are you now able to see things?
No, I see nothing.
It's a hiccup. Technical difficulties. Hold.
Alright, well,
Um,
in the
someone-
meantime,
yes.
Moira, while everybody's bickering, is going to roll her eyes, and she's going to bleed into the shadows. So I'm going to make a skullduggery check.
Okay. You begin to hug the walls and crawl up into the side and shadows. You do notice that there is a relatively stable plateau to your left that is has a few good hiding spots that you think you could make it to relatively easily. Go ahead and make me a dexterity skullduggery.
Alright. So +7. $17.
17. You, as the party is arguing about what to do, Moira makes her way up onto the side and climbs into one of the rock holds of the plateaus, and there. I will there, and then let me address he is very upset. Someone reroll. What could I be missing? I have vision turned on in the actual map. Dynamic lighting is on. In your characters, it is. I've given maybe this edit.
I'll refresh
Who's
again.
playing as Aliana? That is you,
That's
Zan,
me.
right?
That's me.
Okay.
I'll refresh real quick and see if
No.
anything
Let me
changed.
see if I can do it this.
Right.
Right. Editing controlled. Okay. And
Once she
I-
reaches the plateau, she's going to get one of her daggers ready, just in case.
drawing out a dagger from the bracer across your chest, you prepare it in case there is nefarious things about. Zan, did that allow you to see?
Let me check. Usually, when changes are made on the GM side, if I want to see if those changes hit, I have to refresh. But the
Gotcha.
nope, still just a black square.
Daylight on. Adds light to the whole page. Yeah, that's what it should do. Game.
Another week of Roll20 being a nuisance.
Yup.
It's a pita.
Yes, it is a pita. But then again, that's an affront to pitas because pitas are delicious.
And now we go to the token settings, and vision is on. Okay. Details.
Yes, people, for the eating of tasty animals is delicious.
Like a
So
rape.
when I look in the settings, like there's the settings tab on the left-hand side. When I say preview as token, it says no tokens on this page have vision.
Why does Roll20 hate me? That's
Oh, it's
the
not
real
just
question.
you. It's
It's-
not
it's
just
not
you.
just
Roll20
you.
hates everyone.
This happens to Monk all the time, where
It
vision,
does.
where stats don't show correctly, or tokens don't show correctly, or
We here at
it's-
the mon.
it's
Again,
not just
that's what-
you.
Again, as we all like to say, we here at the monastery firmly believe that all people are created equal.
Yana?
We hold this truth to be self-evident that all people are cremated equal. Also, technology! It likes to give us the middle finger!
We should probably start paying Cure for that line alone.
No,
We keep
Nope.
moving away too many times.
no.
Nope.
Why should we pay Cure?
He's the one that came up with the line.
Yes, but why should we pay him when we're the ones saying it? So, like when
I'm not-
Monk asked me if we would have to pay for every play of the final count down by Europe, I said, not if we're the ones singing it.
Mimic lighting. Oh, okay.
Besides, we
Cancel.
all know what he would
Okay,
spend all that money
we have
on.
an idea. Nope, that's the map. Okay.
And anyway, when it comes to technology giving us the middle finger, we don't expect it to be giving it to us like a prostate exam.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Oh,
I have
jeez.
vision on what you should be able to see. I don't know why you don't. So we're gonna try to figure that out real quick. Otherwise, this won't work. It says you do. So, for those of you who know Roleplaying, maybe help me out here. I've given in the characters section, I have a token. I've dragged that token into do this. Work? No, it's it. I've dragged that token into the field, and if I go to edit that token, it says dynamic lighting is on, vision is turned on. And I have bright light turned on in the game itself. So why are you not able to...
Can't tell you.
And, honey, you're playing a gnome, right?
Yeah. Gnome barbarian.
Why are you talking so deep, then?
Who says that a gnome can't have a deep voice?
I was gonna say, just because I'm a little gnome doesn't mean I can't have a deep voice.
Okay, we're gonna try something else.
Considering that gnomes are about the same size, maybe a slightly bit shorter than dwarves, why can't they?
Alright, I turned on bright light for one of you. Did that make anything visible?
Which one?
No, okay, you should have all been able to see it if it made vision visible. Okay. Turn that off. Why? 20. Did I do something? Nope. The map layer is the map layer. That's good. The light layer is the light layer. There is no GM layer. And then I have the tokens layer.
And we only see one black layer.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's
drag
whatever
you
layer is black.
here.
Oh, I just see the base.
The void layer.
Void layer, drag you back here. Okay, one more check. I'm gonna drag you over here. You still just see black.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good thing to know. I don't want to run this theater of mine, but I can. Give me 5 minutes of troubleshooting, and if not, I'll adapt, and we'll run it theater of the mind.
You could always turn off dynamic lighting.
Oh, okay, let's try that.
Put it off and on again.
Dynamic lighting. Off.
Let me refresh to see if it changes anything.
Yes!
Hey! I see stuff!
Hey, look at that! It's almost like dynamic lighting is broken or something.
Mother. Well, ignore all the enemies there. They're not actually placed there. I just need... Can't even pull them off the map, can I?
Should be able to move them to GM layer.
There we go. That's what we'll do. The problem is for the next map where there's like doors and all this stuff that I worked on. Having you guys see the entirety of the map is a problem.
We'll just zoom in.
We're used to that anyway.
Alrighty. Many apologies, folks. Okay.
Remember, player knowledge and character knowledge are different things, so that we'll just play it by ear when the time comes.
And Dragon, no.
What do you say
This isn't my issue. This isn't my fault. This is Roll20. I am not associated with Roll20. Do not drag me down to their level. So no, #blame Zan is not applicable here.
Yeah, he's correct, Dragon. This isn't his fault this time.
Ah. It's okay. My university plays for my Roll20 account, so I'm not too mad, but I am still mad.
Nope. Dragon, remember the rule when it comes to blaming here. It's always Michi's fault.
He's saying it's because you bring chaos to everything.
He is correct. Technically correct.
He's not even. No, in this case, it's a case of not even wrong.
Moira, you've moved up to one of the plateaus. You have a good sight line on one of the tent coverings here. You see it shift and move, not in the wind, but as if there are creatures under it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make me a wits investigation.
Alright, pull my sheet back up. +1, so +5. 22.
22. Gauging by the movements themselves, there are approximately 4 humanoids moving underneath this banner alone. Looking out to the others, they all have similar types of movement. You would guesstimate that there are probably 7 to 8 groups of 4 to 5 individuals waiting in ambush ahead.
Okay. Alright. Nobody started moving, correct? Or at least for our party?
You snuck off to the side while they
Yeah,
the cart
they
was
haven't
kind of
they
rolled to a
haven't
stop.
they haven't begun moving forward without me, right?
No.
Good.
As you snuck off, Shof kind of brought Trotter to a stop and is now kind of looking around.
Okay. What would it take for me to sneak my way over here?
That would be a dexterity athletics.
Okay.
You're already sneaky, but just to get over there is relatively
20.
difficult.
Oh!
20.
Oh!
Somebody's
Definitely,
very
you
sneaky
begin
today.
to climb through the rock. And to give you an idea of what your party sees and what your potential foes do not, half-dwarves in this setting are huge, 7 to 8 feet tall.
Holy
Dwarves
shit.
are descendants of giants. They just have a gene that makes them shorter than humans. Half-dwarves, that gene goes away, and they regain a small fraction of their giant size. So you see 7 to 8 foot tall Moira move like a panther through the terrain, slowly creeping up, step by step, until she stands right at the edge of one of the tents.
Alrighty. Ooh, what to do? What to do?
Well,
Do I go stabby stabby?
I mean, if you want to start combat without any of us ready, sure.
You hear Harold just whistle as he watches her move. Impressive.
see.
He grabs his torch.
Ooh. I'm gonna sheath my dagger and pull out one of my nets.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting for them to start moving down below.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I can just trap these guys in place.
The rest of
Tanner.
your party, you look up to Moira, who gives you the sign of a go-ahead. Yes?
Quick question: how many of these blinds are in crossbow range?
So, do a little measurement. It's a little bit longer than the measurement would say. So, this one's probably about 60 feet, so probably your nearest one.
Okay.
The next one where you see one of these tents is over here.
All right. Well, since they're up out of range and everything, or at least out of range of flail hits, Eliana is definitely going to have her crossbow out and at the ready.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Out of curiosity,
Mhm.
I see I have some rift spells.
Yes.
Is that the second one that we were just mentioning within sight range?
That it would be. You can see the tent covering the rocks move slightly. So you know there must be creatures from what has been told to you by your...
Well, if that's the case, let me rift walk over to that one.
You want to rift walk over here? Or to here? Gotcha.
Yeah,
So-
that one.
Here.
Oh, wait a minute. No, sorry. I can't do that because that's not within range. Range is only 10 feet.
But you can, so as a vessel, you get one free secondary effect into your spell each round that you have. Additionally, you can spend spell to increase the effect of that. So if you wanted to spend a couple spell points, let you get up to this one.
How many spell points would I be spending to get that?
2. Keep in mind, it would be a place that you can see, so you would need to teleport either to the side of the tent or on top of the tent itself.
Well, that's what I was thinking is on top anyway. Yeah, might as well do it. Let's do it.
Okay. So, you look over as you are debating whether or not to move forward. Your vessel, Celine, looks over, her eyes lock on one of the tents, sees movement underneath it, and using the powers rift granted to her by her patron, pops for a brief moment out of existence, reappearing right on top of the tent. As she does, Celine, you crash down into the fabric, momentarily trapping the creatures underneath, who yell a loud war cry. As that rings out, I need you guys to choose a party leader, and we're going to roll initiative. I'll get into how that works in just a moment, but first, choose a party leader.
Before that, John?
Yes, indeed. A little tradition we have around here, Tanner, because it's now combat time!
Woo-wee!
All right. So who should we have as the party leader here, people?
Not it.
Not it.
I am no leader.
No, Neff, you
Absolutely
start.
not it.
I would say Neff just because, hey, you're the one who started the combat.
Yeah, but he's all the way out there.
Fair enough.
And I'm too
Got
far
it.
away too, so
So, Monk, how do we want to settle this?
roll a d20.
Okay.
Rochambeau for it.
I'm gonna kick you in the nuts. Do it. Okay.
Wait, no. We got to do it the Metro way. Bring out the Jello.
I typed that wrong. No. There we go. I beat him by 1. 1. I hit the S and the D are right next to each other on the keyboard, so that's an understandable typo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So I guess I am the party leader.
All right. Before that happens, so before initiative starts, our rogue has a very special feature that only rogues have. Before any threatening encounter, they get to spend 4 action points to something.
He. Do I get to do the stabby?
Well, you have your
If
net
you would
out
like,
right
you
now.
do see movement begin to rustle underneath the tent, but they have not acted yet.
Alright. Moira is going to throw the tent over, or kick the tent off from behind, throw the net, and flick both her daggers into her hand and just fall forward going, woohoo!
Alrighty. You pull the tent out from on top of the creatures that are hiding beneath it, revealing player. As you do, you see 4 rather spindly Orokai creatures, Orokai being orcs. Long limbs, tannish green skin. Orokai are the more normative ancestry within Ma'elo, but these Orokai have seen the sun. They are a lot smaller than other Orokai you've seen, more well adapted to crawling through the rocks. Their hair weaved together, bearing bones. Their armor primitive, more so to what you are used to, not like most of the well-garnished Orokai people that you have met. Fur and bone crafted from the land around them. Moira, you throw the tent from them and cast your net over one of them. You can see that 3 of them are armed with a sling of javelins at their back, and one of them is bearing no weapon but a well-ornamented staff with the head of a goat at its top and bones dangling down from it. They wear a tattered robe of hides, and you cannot see their face.
Well,
Who would you like to net?
He's the one that's getting netted.
All right, I am going to need you to make me an attack roll. That is going to be 1d20 plus... this... a ranked rogue... 1d20 plus 6.
Alright. So that's going to be my strength modifier plus... Alright, plus 7?
Plus 7, it should be plus 6. Plus...
1d20 plus 7?
I had a friend, rogue. He put plus 7. So I'm going to trust that it's plus 7. Go ahead and roll me 1d20 plus 7.
20!
Woo! That is more than enough to overcome the strength defense of this robed figure. The rope falls down on top of him, and he begins to, confused, struggle in an attempt to break free of it. But now, initiative starts truly. Our party leader, go ahead and roll me 1d20 plus 12.
Wow. Okay. 1d20 plus 12. 21.
21. More than enough. The party will be acting first in this encounter. Party leader, who would you like to act first?
So we've got people already stashed away in little enemy pockets. I think our rogue is doing pretty fine by herself, especially after that surprise round. But I think since our vessel got the drop on a group, I think the vessel should go first.
Righty.
I'm thinking something here. Now, are these guys still covered up by the tent?
Yes, you have dropped down your weight, pushing the tent on top of them. They are hindered and will need to spend their turns, or spend some action points on their turn to exit from the tent that is on top of them.
So this is the perfect time to start smacking them with my flail.
Right. Taking your flail out, you turn it to one of the heads that you see emerging from the tent, though you cannot see the figure beneath it, and make an attack. This hindered 2. You can go ahead and make your attack with advantage. So you just roll twice, take the better.
Okay, and for that, it's which?
It's going to be 1d20 plus 4 for your... And again...
23.
23. A 17 through 20 always hits. Your flail crashes down on top of this figure's head. There is a deep as it connects with flesh and bone. You hear a crack of something underneath. Now I get to describe one of the really fun things about the spell system. You are a vessel, and as such have a command of a number of spells which you can use to modify the attacks you make. You have a maximum amount of secondary effects that you can add into a spell. The maximum amount is 4 each round. However, each round you also get one freebie, one free one. Add a secondary effect of your choice. So it is recommended that whenever you hit with an attack, be it a spell or a weapon, and you are a caster, use that free one to make it better. So I'll ask you, which spell would you like to modify your attack in this moment?
Well, I'm kind of liking the. Well, I've got what is it? The enthrall there, so I can compel.
You could. Your mace crashes down, turning into psychic energy within your hands, and as it does, you compel the person underneath. What is the command you wish to give them?
Does it have to be one word, or can it be?
It could be whatever command you want. You can even give them a command that they will in no way be able to follow.
I'd rather have them attack their friends. Or attack their allies.
An insidious voice enters into the creature's mind, whispering, "You turn out and drive your spell." You feel the psychic energy resonate through your target, knowing that your spell hit. Now, you can also spend spell points to increase the compulsion effect or add damage or do whatever you would like. Or you could not spend spell points and just take the freebie.
I'll take the freebie for now.
Yeah. Alrighty. The creature is compelled to attack its allies. Purple.
Compulsion is so good.
Mace crashes down. It still deals psychic damage to its target. Go ahead and roll me 1d6 plus 1.
6.
6 points of damage and a compulsion on top of that. That was 4 action points. You have 5 remaining. You don't have to use all of your action points if you don't want, but you are welcome to. You can only make one of the same action each type, or each round. So you've effectively attacked. Could not do so again. But you could move or do any sort of other.
So I couldn't say cast teleport other?
If it makes, you could teleport one of your allies, since that does not make an attack roll.
Okay, no. I was thinking of teleporting one of these guys off. Well, how high up are we anyway?
You are. There is a slant to this plateau, but it's like a 40-foot like rolling slant. It would not be a nice place to roll down.
Well, that's kind of the idea. I wanted to teleport them out into the air above the ground and just let them drop.
Mm-hmm.
I'll save that for next time.
Yes. They are covered by the tent. You would need to see their more physical body, but I'm guessing you'll be able to do that in the next round. Is that all of your action?
Yeah, we'll save the rest just in case.
Turning now to act, you hear scuttling coming from a crevice that you had previously not seen here in the rock. Hearing the scuttling, sorry, I'm still remembering everybody's names that I granted them. Celine, you look over and see 4 figures emerge from a crevice that seems too small for humanoids, but these spindly orcai kind of pull themselves through it in an inhuman way.
I whistle and scream to the party that there's more coming and where they are.
Pulling themselves from the crevice, you see 4 more of the spearmen and one of the casters emerge from the crevice in the rock. They look up towards you, Eliana, and then look down towards the party at the feet. One of the spearmen is going to act. Moving forward, taking a deep breath, he bellows into the group beneath you. I would Thorgar and Thalor. You would know one of the more ancient languages of Mott Alo. You are able to understand his call. As he looks down at you, his words are, "More devils, die!" Plants a foot and throws a spear down towards your ranger who has a torch out. Alright, so this is going to be roll 1d20 plus 6.
That's not a. That's a critical.
Fatality.
Harold, you look up as this spindly orcai creature shouts at you in a language you don't understand, turning around just in time to see a spear hurling towards you. That will be a critical hit. It was targeting your dexterity defense, but won't hit. I apologize for the spam. Or maybe not. You'll roll really low. That's actually not too bad. You take 13 points of piercing damage, Harold. Do you have any damage reduction? You do not. And as you do, you feel your body begin to seethe as some sort of poison enters into your bloodstream. It's difficult. You can feel the veins in your body begin to constrict. Not only are you dealt damage, but you incur a wound. You are made vulnerable from the spear hit, which increases the range at which attacks will critically hit you. Vulnerable, 1. And the poison that begins to eat through you grants you another wound, inflicted, 3. That will reduce your current and maximum hit points by 6. So, effectively, it deals you 6 damage and then reduces those from your max, and then you get dealt 13 on top of it.
Okay, so I
Jesus.
start with like 68, so I'm down to 62, and then from that 62 minus 13.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet.
Using their opportunist feature, a second spearman will step out onto the plateau and hurl a spear down towards Eliana. Barking again, "Die, demons." However, I do not believe as...
Oh, my dex defense is 17.
Mm-hmm. And even beyond that, I think you have deflection.
I have deflected missiles.
So, a glancing blow against you, as it did not roll on the 1 through 4 range. So this will be half damage.
Okay.
3, 6 points of damage to you. Reduced
Alright.
by your damage reduction, which is 1, so only 5 points.
All right. With that, I am going to use my reaction to catch the missile or deflect it. So, 1d10 plus int plus disciple level. Until my intuition is plus 3, disciple level is 7, so that's 1d10 plus 10. Even rolling a 1, I've reduced that damage below 0, meaning I catch the missile, and I can make a ranged attack with the weapon as part of the same reaction. I make the attack with proficiency. So
it should be 1d20 plus 6 for you.
Yes. So now I will throw this back at him. 12. I don't know if that beats it.
12 against his dexterity defense will be a glancing blow, so half damage.
Okay, it's 1d6 plus ability mod, and ability mod is, well, dex.
3.
So, yep. I'll take his... Holy shit.
A glancing blow on him as well, as you are able to mitigate the spear that would have struck you, turning to the side, catching it in your hands. You throw it back towards him. It slides off of his shoulder as he nimbly avoids it as well, dealing minor damage, but taking no damage. Both of them having acted, they retreat back, or that one does, behind the line of cover to grant themselves partial protection from would-be ranged attacks from you. It is now the party's turn to act. Who would you like to go next?
In this next case, does anybody have a plan they want to execute?
Oh, it's you, party leader. You get to choose.
That's true.
I'm just. I mean,
you know what, Coops, Thorgar, it's your turn.
Thorgar Thunderstep, it's you.
I want to see what the greatest dwarf wizard ever designed can do.
Well, first things first, it seems that I'm way far away from for the entire action here.
Well, I mean,
most of you are.
I mean,
yeah,
you're gonna have to move at some point, but.
So, Thorgar, a couple of notes on your wizard. You have spell points just like any of the other casters. You also have some very special spell scrolls that do quite a bit. They are one-time use until you make more of them, which is described in your craft spell scroll feature, but do that kind of outside of... Oh, I also forgot. Have a little frog next to you. Your familiar Thorgar, who gets to act with you.
Oh.
I hear Kay's ears perking up right now.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, honestly, at this point.
There we go. Little frog. You, as a wizard, can cast spells through your familiar. So your familiar may move as well, and then you may cast spells through them.
I am attempting not to squee, I swear.
Liar.
I do have to say this, Coops, with the amount of HP you have, and well, all the other stuff in your kit, you're not exactly a backline fighter.
Yeah, I noticed.
This is good. It gets you out of your security blanket zone.
Yes.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Can't play cards with your fairies for forever, Dax.
Can't lose money to your fairies either, Dax.
Shut up. Fucking assholes. Anyway. Now that I know that I have a familiar by my side, I think I want to try and teleport it to the main course of action. Because it seems it has limited... Actually, no, that's the lap.
He can move.
Never mind.
You can direct him where you would like him to move. Well.
Alright, so I'm thinking... If I can go back here real quick. It's so terrifying. I'm gonna move him right about here.
Right. Your familiar Bilgard the Thundertoad begins to make a climb on the side of the cliff face. Being a tiny creature, it's not as precarious a climb as it would be for a small or medium-sized creature. Though it is hindering for him. He isn't able to make it all the way up, but he is able to make it quite a bit closer to the enemies in front of you.
I was about to say it should at least be in range for
Yes.
another spell.
He is.
Okay. In that case, let's see what I got here. Froggy, let's try a magic missile.
God damn it.
Froggy!
You begin to
Must
channel.
racist. John St. John roast.
Because they have been revealed by your rogue companion, you see that there are 3 spear throwers and one of these cloaked figures up above. Who would you like to target with your magic missile? You can also spend spell points to choose more than one.
I'm gonna target one of those friendly little spear wielders over there. Probably this one right here.
Alrighty. Go ahead. Start with make me an attack roll. This is going to be 1d20 plus 7 for you.
Alright.
At this point, we're not fishing anymore.
You said plus 7, right?
Plus 7.
Alright, bet. 23.
23 is most definitely going to hit as you channel etheric energy through your familiar. You can feel the lines of the magic around you tighten as a blast of ether is emitted from the mouth of your little frog familiar. How would you like to amplify this spell? You get 1 free one, and you can spend spell points for more secondary effect.
Ooh, Now, is there like a section for the amps?
They should all be in the same section as the base spell. It's in a little block underneath them usually.
I highlighted
Is that the
it
secondary
on...
effect options?
Yeah.
Like,
you can make it deal more damage is generally the one people go with. You can make it target more things.
Yeah. Secondary effects are so good.
Then I'm gonna do plus 1d6 etheric damage.
Okay. That is your freebie for the round. Would you like to utilize spell points in order to amplify the spell effect further?
Yes.
Okay, you can spend up to 3 spell points. Choose up to 3 additional secondary effects. What would you like to spend?
I'm gonna use increase the threat range against creatures with afflicted condition by 2.
That is for weapon primary effect. The ones that say requires a spell focus primary effect are the ones that will work with this, or the ones that don't have any requirement.
Okay.
And not to mention that nothing is affected with ether at this time.
Oh, right. Okay. In that case, I'll go with attack roll is made with an advantage.
Well, you already hit.
I will give you a little hint. Damage is a good one. You can choose damage multiple times. Afflicting them with ether is always fun. You can also make your spell target 1 additional creature within range and hit 2 of them. And if you hit 2 of them and add damage, it will deal all of that damage to...
Then I'll go with that then.
Alrighty. How many spell points would you like to spend?
I'll spend 2.
Okay. So, you amplify the damage on this spell twice. It twins as it affects multiple targets. Who do you choose as the secondary target for the spell?
I'm gonna choose this guy.
The guy who's currently covered by a net. Good choice.
The spell arcs through the air as etheric energy coils around them, blasting them directly into their core. Go ahead and roll me 3d6 plus 4 for damage.
3d6 and Yeah.
15 points of damage are dealt to each of them. You notice that that is a significant hit. Both of them look very much worse for wear afterward, as if these people are not exactly the most durable of combatants, but there are a lot of them. The etheric spell drops one of them to a knee, the other one clutching the etheric burns that rip through his core.
Bit the Cat wishes he had this kind of power.
What are you talking about? Big the Cat does have that kind of power.
No.
Yes, he does. None of you have. Well, no. Akira's played Sonic Frontiers.
Thorgar, would you like to do anything else with your turn?
I'll end my turn there.
And ending your turn there, this spearman here goes over to Moira, perched on the side as she is, taking his spear into both hands. He attempts to drive it through her midsection.
Alright. Let's see.
That is a 15 against your dexterity defense.
He got me by 3. Defense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he just barely got you.
Yeah, that's a tie.
We'll go to the attacker as he stabs at you for a total of not plus 33. Too bad. Ooh, a 1 in 100 chance as he
Hey
deals
guys, baby.
minimal damage. 5 points of damage to you, Moira. However, as the spear pierces into a shoulder, even briefly, you feel your veins begin to constrict a little bit as well as poison enters into your system. On top of this effect, you are afflicted by the poison and gain a wound. You are afflicted 3 severity, which effectively is going to add 6 additional points of damage onto this and then reduce your maximum health by 6 as well.
Alright, 2 seconds. I actually cannot... I downloaded a PDF, but it's not letting me edit it. So the audio might go silent for just a second, folks. That way I can open up the Google Drive version. So 2 seconds.
And he's been directly editing the sheets for us on the Drive stuff, just so you know.
Good to know.
That's 2 seconds.
Oh,
All
gosh.
right.
That was 2 seconds restaurant time, Monk. Don't worry.
Using their opportunist feature, the unwounded one will also bypass his ally, turn towards the frog, and both did not want to do that.
Okay.
And
You said I took
Both.
5 damage, yes?
5 damage, and then you're going to take 6 more and reduce your maximum health by 6. Because you are afflicted 3 as a wound, as poison enters into your system.
Additional 6 puts me at 44. Okay. Alrighty. Afflicted.
Talor, and Lena was. You both hear the creature as he poises to huck another javelin at the frog familiar of Thorgar. Another chant of "Die, devils!" And he's going to attempt to attack the frog. He is a
Froggy.
monster, but that is a natural 3, meaning
It's a
the
miss.
spear flies wide, unable to strike the mighty frog familiar.
I'm guessing the frog has additional deflection just from its size as well.
Sadly does not. But there are defensive familiars. Bilgerd makes Thorgar better at magic, the magical ability he has. But that is the enemies having acted, meaning it is now the player's turn to act.
All right, our erstwhile druid Thalor, go for it.
You dropped.
Monk dropped.
Oh, no.
The fuck?
He's running from combat.
This son of a bitch. Find him.
He's back.
He
We
is
have
back.
summoned him.
He is back, but
Discord decided to fuck with me.
it did.
Excuses.
And it fucked with you in such a fact that instead, John Thornett, go for it.
Okay, so this is gonna be tricky because I don't really have many ways to get up there easily.
climb.
I can climb, yes. Though I could also. Well, first things first. I am a barbarian, and we all know what barbarians are good for, don't we?
Yes, being threatened, you enter into a raid.
Oh no, my friend. I have a button for this one.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Please tell me that played.
No.
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 God damn it! Okay, hold on. We're gonna fix this. This has to be played. There we go. I figured the problem. Let's try that again.
You were waiting on that all week, weren't you?
No, actually, no, just all day. Because as soon as I realized I had that in my collection, I was like, oh, I have to hit the button now.
So, the real question then becomes, which rage are you choosing?
I'm actually gonna go where skirmish rage.
Entering into Skirmisher, noticing the terrain around you being difficult to manipulate, you choose the rage that allows you to move more quickly. How would you like to act?
Well, I'm gonna try to basically start by jumping my way up to this plateau.
I don't know, does he have a vertical jump of 40 feet?
No, I don't. I was gonna
Does
start
not.
to. I could at least get like halfway, probably.
So, moving over to the side here, you use... Check what gives you... Increase by 2. Good. And you can use extra when you move towards an enemy. Since you are moving towards an enemy, this will effectively, you land right about, that's disciple, right about here with 9 action points to spare. You can use 4 more action points to effectively land right here on the plateau.
I think I'm gonna do that.
You
I wanna
see
make sure I get
this
there.
small little gnome bearing an oversized great sword leap onto the edge of the plateau and then once more jump up, landing behind the enemies, great sword in hand. You have 5 action points remaining. What would you like to do?
Oh, I'm gonna cleave the hell out. This guy here, I know better. I could deal with the spear throwers. I know better than to leave the mage alone. We're ganking the mage.
Mage.
Yep.
An attack towards the mage. Go ahead and roll me 1d20 plus 9.
Yeah, let's do this. 15.
A 15 will hit the dexterity defense of the shaman. Go ahead and roll me 2d12 plus 5 damage.
D12 plus 5. 28 damage!
Nice.
Oh,
pretty
and
good roll.
I said specifically I was gonna cleave the fuck out of this guy.
Yes. You great sword in hand. It plants straight into the shoulder of this shaman and begins to drive through shoulder bone, rib cage, spine, out the other side of the rib cage and into the spear thrower in front of you. The shaman dies instantly as the spear thrower takes an additional 8 points of damage as you finish your swing.
That means he gets 2 AP.
It does.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get
And
2 additional AP, bringing you to 3 at the moment.
John, Friday button.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
was gonna say.
You got knocked the fuck out!
God damn.
All right. Well, I've got an extra attack. Screw it. I'm gonna take out one of these guys too. You try to poison one of my friends. I'm gonna take your ass out.
You have 1 attack.
All right. Well, in that
11-2.
case, I'm gonna. Oh, so I can't do another attack.
Sadly, no.
Damn it.
But you could reposition yourself close to one of the enemies so that they would provoke an attack of opportunity if they were to move away from you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move. I'm gonna move up 1 so that I stay in range of this guy. But now I bring him into my range too, so he can't move.
All right. Bringing yourself in front of the spear throws, you look at them as they now look uneasily towards you. Their shaman having just died and their ally severely wounded from your singular strike. It is the enemy's turn to act. These 2 spearmen here are going to use their features opportunist to act simultaneously, surrounding. I always get Aliana and the vessel mixed up.
Celine.
Celine. They're going to make an attack against you. Each of them 26, 15, and a 24. Both attacks hit. 8. They are not throwing. 10 plus. Ooh. Those are some nasty rolls.
Yikes.
Celine, I am very sorry, but you take 41 points of damage.
Ow.
As you do, you feel poison enter into your bloodstream and begin to constrict you. Breathing becomes difficult as you are afflicted. You're going to take 6 additional points of damage and reduce your maximum health by 6 as well.
Damn, I'm almost dead.
They are not very durable, but they have some nasty poison and accuracy with their weapons. However, both of them have acted. They stay spears pointed toward you. It is the party's turn to act. Who is going?
You know, go ahead, monk. Let's see what you do as a druid. Go, Thalor.
So, I believe movement is 4 AP.
1 AP for each 5 feet. If you want to use one of your movement abilities, it is 4 AP to climb 10 feet or swim or all. So your movement, like climb, swim, jump, those cost 4 AP. But
All right.
5 feet is just 1 AP.
All right. And I have the pole arm readied.
Mhm.
So if they want to play the game of using poison, well, two can play that game as they see a sickly green energy coming from my hands, because I am going to be using Poison Blast.
Oh yeah.
And let's see who is okay. So I'm going to be using my freebie secondary option to increase the range of to 30 feet.
And as a druid, I believe you get 2 freebies around.
2 freebies. So, question.
Yes.
if I set if I spent okay, never mind that. Let me. I think I may have to shift from poison to a different um effect
Right.
instead of. Let's see. Instead of poison, instead of a poison blast, we're gonna go with conjure acid.
Hell yeah.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I love that reaction.
One freebie to increase the range by 30 feet. Another secondary effect option to change the target from a singular target to a 10-foot sphere, which I believe will let me get all 4 of them.
Yes, it will.
Um, and I will spend 1 spell point to increase the acid damage by 1d6.
Awesome. Go ahead and make 1d20 plus 1d20 plus
I couldn't hear the number.
1d20 plus 9.
23.
I do believe that will hit. Please roll me 2d6 plus 5.
11 to all of them as they get carpet bombed with acid.
Granting yourself the natural energies around you, they begin to flow into you as an orb of acid flies through the air, splattering on the enemies in front of you. The two in the front line who have attacked Moira and Bilgard the Toad are drenched. You can see their flesh revealed beneath their armor as it too begins to melt away. The ones behind them aren't nearly as lucky, having already been damaged. They shriek in pain as they are, both of them, held and brought to the ground.
Apologies for the
Like to...
visceral display. But that is the law of nature.
You would say that.
Yes, I would. So, how much AP do I have remaining?
You have, I believe, 4 AP remaining.
Okay. I have 4 AP, and I think I will. I think that what I will do is use my remaining 4 AP to shapeshift and
Hey.
take on specifically the beast of the land.
Ready.
And
Change your form, adopting animal shape. Which beast of the land do you choose to resemble at this point?
I think I will take the form of a lion.
Transforming yourself into a lion of the plains, you are granted benefit of that creature.
And bit of a question for potential future plans. Can beast shaping stack with the shape of the moon?
Yes.
Okay, good. I will keep that in mind for later.
Righty. Is that all of your actions?
Yes, that is all of my actions.
Okay. Unfortunately, for
Hey, Tanner.
the vessel, yes.
Opportunist.
Yeah, hell yeah. Do it.
Okay, so following up on that smoke screen and magic trick that our druid just put up for me, Eliana is like, okay, I'm gonna take advantage of the chaos, as is my trademark. And seeing as we now, do you do diagonals as 515 or is it just 5 in any direction?
I use whatever the pointer says for Roll20.
Now let me do some measurements then.
Hmm.
Let's see. Oh, it doesn't do 515 in Roll20. That is nice.
That is nice because 515 was a stupid idea.
Yep. I'm going to use 3 AP to move from select my token. Okay, fine. Doesn't want to move me. I don't know why it doesn't want to move me.
For some reason, when I say, hey, give access to everybody, it's like, okay, I'll only give access to you. Even if
Okay.
I say, hey, give access to Zan, it's like, sure, I'll only give access to you.
I'd like to move here. This
All right.
square right here.
Perfect.
Yep. So that spends 3 AP. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot my crossbow at this guy.
Alrighty.
Well, actually, before then, spend 0 AP to go into... Which stance do I want? Stances. Which stance do I want? I'm just trying to decide whether I want tranquility or fluidity. I'm going to want fluidity. So I'm going to move it a fluidity stance, giving me an immediate 3 key points because that's my int mod. And then I'm going to shoot the guy.
Alrighty.
1d20 plus 6.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Awesome. So, tracking low across the ground, the crossbow loaded and ready, held close to her chest, she comes up to this little plateau where our nice rogue is all of a sudden getting accosted. Sliding into place, taking careful aim. She tracks right on these thin, spindly, orc-looking guys and lets loose the bolt. 19.
19 will hit their dexterity defense.
All right, and then my damage for that, I believe, is just a 1d10. Yep. 9 damage.
Jesus. Crossbow bolt lands with a thunk into the flank of this creature. It drops to the ground. He's already dealt 11 damage. He's dead. He is very, very dead as you feel the energy of the elements around you, granting you an additional key point for this hit.
Yes. Question. Yeah. Using adaptive combatant, can I now move straight into dissonance and then throw spells at people?
No, but
Dang.
You can make another attack.
I can make another attack. So, as the first bolt is flying, Eliana very quickly recocks the crossbow and loads in another bolt before aiming at the next guy, the one who actually managed to stab Moira. And let's see how well this one goes. I may be in too much of a rush for all I know. No, that's an auto hit.
That'll hit.
That's an auto hit. That's a 17. Natural 17. So, second bolt goes flying. Eliana once again just taking that careful bead and letting loose that bolt. And then let's see whether he gets to drop dead with everybody else as well. I think he does.
1 point away. He was dealt 11. That's 8. They've got 20 hit points. He is very, very much worse for wear, though. As
I can
the
hear
bolt
the
flies
gurgling.
into him.
Yeah. As that bolt goes through his ribs, I can hear the gurgling in his lung. Eliana, to herself, just a small damn. As the second one does not die. But she I believe that is most of my AP, correct? I'm at 4 now. Yeah. Well then, Eliana will stand at the ready and end her turn.
Right. Now, unfortunately, there is a member of your party who is very much exposed and away as the spellcaster, the shaman of this Orokai group, turns towards your vessel.
You mean the one that's supposed to be compelled?
He is compelled. A psychic energy in his eyes as he grits his teeth. He will disobey the compulsion and take damage. Instead, takes 5 additional points of damage. Bad for him. Compulsion goes away, but he looks wounded and worse for wear because of it. He will raise up his hand and begin to cast a spell. Black tendrils emit from his chest and begin to wrap around Louis. That is a hit as the tentacles pierce into the sides of your chest. You feel your breath being sucked out of you. You are dealt a total of 6. Only 6
I'm dead.
points of physical damage. You were brought down to 0.
I'm below 0 at this point.
So, a fun little thing in this game. And this is actually one of the things that makes your character really cool.
Anyway, with all those tentacles, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Not where that's going. No. Bad.
Remember that this guy teaches religion. Religious history, but religion regardless at a
Which
university.
is way worse than tentacles, but we'll not get into that. Anyway.
Be not afraid, Tanner.
Be not afraid, indeed. In this game, when you drop to 0 hit points, you are not unconscious or dead, but you are surviving on willpower. Celine, you are a vessel of all of the classes. Willpower is where you excel. Now that you are at 0, 1 tick is done to your willpower, bringing you to 6 out of 7 willpower. Meaning you could theoretically survive 6 more attacks. One note, as this attack strikes you, it does increase your affliction wound. You are now afflicted 4 as a wound rather than 3, so your maximum health is reduced by 8 rather than 6.
Out of curiosity, it says here when I raise a death flag. What does that mean exactly?
Okay.
This is a good opportunity to display. Yes, go for it.
Please. Okay, so raising the death flag is a way you can choose for your character to die in the most badass way possible. Raising the death flag, it does everything that it says in that description. It's usually restores you to max HP, gives you a bunch of bonuses and buffs for the remainder of the encounter. But at the end of the encounter, you are guaranteed to die. Your character dies, you have to roll up a new one, no ifs, ands, or buts. It's a way to make death have more meaning in a tabletop than most deaths tend to. Raising
this
the
could
death
be fun.
Well,
that does
you don't
sound
necessarily have to kill yourself here, you know. We may have another encounter where it would be much more appropriate.
True, but it's just, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I understand.
Also, you can raise the death flag while unconscious.
Yes. Raising the death flag is something that occurs that you can do basically at any point so long as willpower and vitality haven't both reached 0 and you're already dead.
So it's basically going out with a blaze of glory.
Absolutely. And like I said...
That's actually a pretty good name for it, too.
Yes. When we first reviewed on Valley of the Judge, every time we got to the raising the death flag of any of the classes, I was always super excited to see how the class thematically was going to be carried through by the death flag. And every time I was always more surprised than I thought I'd be, and much more happy to see it than I thought I'd be. I was like, this is going to be exciting. And then it was more exciting than expected.
One of my favorite parts.
Yeah, he always liked watching the episodes to see me go giddy over the death flags.
So, as this attack strikes, what happens here? But your willpower is reduced from 6 to 7, or sorry, from 7 to 6. But you are still conscious, even with the wounds that currently afflict you. Spellcaster looks at you uneasy and is going to use 4 action points to disengage so as to draw an attack of opportunity. Move. That is all of their action, and it is the party's turn to act.
Alright, so we have 2 people left here. If I am keeping track.
He drew an attack of opportunity, or he didn't?
He didn't, because he used 4 AP for disengage.
Ah, gotcha.
Or maybe do we only have 2 people left or 1 person left?
The ranger and the rogue.
Yes, that's right. Moira actually hasn't taken her actual turn. Moira,
Nope.
your turn.
Thank you. So, I've only got one dude here in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very, very weak. You see a
Yes.
crossbow bolt lodged in his chest.
Yes. So, Moira, who is still nestled very much against the wall, is going to fling herself forward with one of her daggers aimed straight for the dude's trachea.
Righty, go ahead and make
And
me
she's
a
going to
attack roll.
stab him right through the windpipe.
1d20 plus 7.
Stabity-doo.
21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It'll hit.
Go
It
ahead.
doesn't matter how much damage you do, you're killing him.
Oh,
Exactly.
but it's fun. Go ahead and roll me 1d2 plus 3 plus 2d6.
Alright, 1d2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm extremely dyslexic, so I need you to go just a little slower.
Oh, 1d2
Okay,
plus 3
plus 3.
plus 2d6.
2d6.
I don't know if it does.
That is more than enough as your knife slides straight into his trachea and rips apart or across. He drops down, gurgling to the ground, dead.
He's dead, Jim.
God damn it,
Now-
I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker.
Although,
And one thing to note, generally, rogues would need an ally within reach of an enemy in order to apply their sneak attack, or they would need advantage on the attack. However, Moira is a spelunker.
Yep.
Spelunkers have an ability, if there are no allies within 10 feet of them, they get their sneak attack regardless. Which is why you got to add 2d6 attack.
Gotcha.
and
Alright, let me see something here.
I was going to use one of my abilities, but anybody who is hurt is out of range.
120 feet, holy hell.
Well, that's not accounting for the fact that you have to go down 40 feet of slope and back up another 40 feet of slope.
Oh no, I was thinking,
projectile.
Yeah.
But even I
That's
don't
quite
think
a-
I can throw a knife that far or high.
Probably not.
No, your throwing blades are very, very short range. They've got a range of 10 feet and a long range of 20 feet.
Yeah.
There's a reason I moved up to hit the two guys on your plateau. They were outside of my range of 60.
Yeah. Alright. We've still got all that space up there, too.
This is why when I tried to give you guys the primer on this game, that the focus was tactical team play. When Neff decided to go teleporting off, I knew it was going to happen.
That's why I didn't go attacking. I just wanted to sneaky and get ready to drop.
You were
Yeah.
good. The only reason I ran off on my own is because I literally had, like, I had no choice. If I was going to hit anything, I had to get up close.
Yeah, I gotta do the same myself. But right now I'm also.
Well, somebody's got to stay with our driver here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't see why if we kill everybody back here and slowly move forward.
Fair.
Nothing's
Yep.
going to come up from behind us.
That we know of.
No, there was nothing behind us. Tanner explicitly said that.
You are quite sure that no one is behind you, having very good perception. You think?
You think?
No, now Tanner's just trolling me. Or something.
Yes. I think we picked up on that.
Alright. So I am going to spend a few action points to get down from this level.
You're gonna get down and get funky?
Get down on it. So let's see. Come on. Need the ruler. You said it was one action point per 5 feet, right?
Yes. So going down the steep slope, I would require you to make a dexterity athletics roll to not lose your balance.
Alrighty. So +6. Ow.
Ooh. As
I'm gonna
you
fall.
go to make your way down, for a lot of act. 8, 3 remaining. You do make it down, here. However, tripping and falling over yourself, you take some scuffs and scuds as you uncharacteristically are unable to manage the terrain.
Well, I attribute that to the poison in my system, so.
You take 7 points of bludgeoning.
Ow.
Stop it!
But you have 3 action points remaining. At the bottom here, you can move an additional 15 feet if you would like.
Let's see. This dude's already dead. That one looks like it's on its last legs. Move 3 squares. Yeah, I'd still be out of range no matter what I did. I'll go ahead and move those feet, those last 15 feet.
Alrighty. Moving 15 additional feet towards the rest of your enemies. And your turn there with 0 AP to spend as creatures. Moving this one here. To lean on willpower is going to attempt to make an attack against her. That is a 17 against your dexterity defense, Celine.
Okay, how do I roll this?
No, you don't. You just look at your defense number. And compare.
I'm pretty sure that hits you. Your dexterity defense is 14. Do you have a shield?
No!
Ooh. As you take 17 points of damage. However, that is unable to knock you out directly. There is a threshold where it would. That does not overcome it. And so, rather than dropping you unconscious, since you are already at 0, it just deals a point to your willpower. However, you do feel more poison begin to enter into your system. You are now afflicted 5 as a wound rather than 4. Your maximum HP is reduced by 10 rather than 8. Creature will end its turn there. Now, the lone spearman, quite afeard of the barbarian who in one fell swoop murdered the shaman, is going to take his spear in both hands and attempt to attack him. That is a 19 against your dexterity defense. I do believe that hits.
Oh yeah, that easily hits, unfortunately.
For 10 points of piercing damage. However, as a barbarian, you have 5 points of damage reduction. You only take 5. Looking at you, not wounded as he would have expected, there is a mask of confusion goes across his face. As I believe.
And I'm about to make it a lot more fun for him.
I believe it is our ranger's turn. It's the last act.
Hold that thought, because
Alrighty.
I have some feats that involved in that. Because when I take damage from an enemy attack, I have a couple of options I can do in response.
Oh, yes, you do. Forgot that you're a gnome.
In this case, I don't think most of the other ones are going to work too well. So what I'm going to do, so when he attacks me, basically he's going to be feeling some of that back. As I'm going to activate my, as you see a glyph on his bicep start to glow. His volatile glyph.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna be taking. Let's see. What is my proficiency modifier for that?
+4. So 1d12 +4.
All right. So he is gonna turn right around and take 10 damage.
As the volatile glyph explodes out towards him, etheric damage racks through his body. He takes 10 points of damage. And now looks severely wounded and worse for wear. That ability does cost you 1 of your current vitality. To reduce your current vitality pool by 1.
Yep. I got plenty to spare. I'm not afraid to waste them.
Man, if you were playing an Inquisitor, though, Inquisitors are all about spending vitality to do bullshit. as are druids in some cases as well.
In different forms.
That's why I said in some cases as well.
Mhm.
And now, I believe, it is our ranger's turn to act.
Yep. Rick, your turn.
I know. I'm looking. I'm like, one of them is like, okay, I'm looking at the wound I have. I'm like, okay, should I try anything? Because honestly, like, I could climb up anywhere, but then it wouldn't be much.
You can do quite a bit.
You have a lot of stuff you could do.
That's what I'm trying to look at. Question: so this area here, would this be more mountainside?
Yes.
Okay.
Or yeah, like rock face.
Hmm.
But for the purposes of your abilities.
Yeah.
I don't think I have a shield.
You are equipped with a torch and a light shield.
Okay. I'm reading everything before I make a game plan. For the time being, I say I'm going to. And for every, how much? What was the cost? How many AP per movement?
1 AP. Though, if you tell me what you would like to do, I can kind of
I'm
give you
thinking
the
about
best option for approach.
partially because of uh, terrain expert, and from what I can tell, the uh, movement climb 10 feet. That would, if I try to climb while I'm on the terrain, that would that make that 20 feet per AP?
Yes. Yes, it would.
And
So it cost you 8 AP. Well, it's 4 AP to use that climb thing. So with 8 AP, you can get right here.
then I have 13, which would
Leave you with 5, which would be enough to make an attack if you chose.
Why not? So
Ready.
Yeah.
Climbing up to the top of there, using the
there.
free hand strapped into your light shield, you see Harold make very quick work of the steep angle and climb his way onto the platform with the gnome barbarian.
From
I
there,
just chuckle and go, about time you got your ass up here.
I'm sorry, I was protecting the cargo. From there,
Just help me kill these bastards.
yeah. Time for a barbecue. You see him grab the torch, making sure it was lit, and he's going to swing at this guy.
Alrighty. 1d20 plus 7. That will most definitely hit. Go ahead and roll damage, which is going to be 2d6 plus 6 for you.
Is it 2d6 because he's got a flanking bonus right now?
It is 2d6 because rangers can either deal their weapon damage to multiple creatures or add an additional dice worth of damage into their damage to one creature. Since there's only one creature around him within reach, he will deal 2d6.
It was 2d6 plus what?
6.
Thank you for taking my prompting question, Tanner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm also double checking everything here just in case.
It's also going to light him on fire and give him an affliction condition.
15.
Ooh. Which isn't going to matter because now he is a burning corpse. As
you lit his fire.
already wounded from the volatile glyph that has exploded in his face, your torch sears down into him, and he erupts screaming in pain as he drops to the floor, a cindered and charred corpse.
Who wants ribs?
Yeah, I'll take some of that. Good job, man.
Yeah, it's cannibalism.
I'm from Kansas City. Fuck you.
I do
that
need to
implies
take
that-
a 2-minute bio break, and then we will continue if that's all right.
We can actually take our 10-minute break now, then.
Yep, that sounds like a plan. All right, folks, you heard it here first. We are taking our 10-minute break. So go get your drinks, go get your snacks, go use the restroom if you do so need. And we will see you back in 10 minutes. Talk to you soon, folks.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, who's back?
Alright.
Back again.
Yeah.
All right, so
Alrighty. So, as the ranger incinerates one of the fighters in front of him, the rest look on with a little bit more hesitance in their steps. However, you see movement from the tents ahead of you, disguising the aggressors in the rock face, as a number of them remove their coverings and appear before you.
Ooh, can I kill him? Can I kill him?
I mean, I think they're all technically out of range of us, so we don't got to worry about spears at the very least.
Yeah.
I don't know about the spellcasters, though.
Removing their coverings, a number of the spellcasters begin to move the edge of the platforms on which they stand. This one here pointing his finger out towards the ranger with his lit torch, having seen through the crack in the tent covering the damage he did to his own ally, and is going to cast a spell. As the black tendrils begin to crawl up his feet and wrap around his torso, covering his head in a long and reaching mass, they launch themselves out towards you, Harold.
I never had fried tendrils before.
Ooh, that is not a good roll. That is a
What?
13
You
against
haven't
your
had calamari?
Constitution defense.
It's just what defense? Sorry, I didn't hear that, Tanner.
Constitution.
Constitution.
Your con defense is only a 9. Quite sadly.
Yeah.
So that will, however, Harold, you have 4 deflection, meaning a 1 through 8 on the die will miss you. These tendrils fly wide, unable to connect to you as you duck out of the way.
Yeah, because you rolled a natural 6. That's through the... Oh, deflection, you crazy
You're-
thing, you.
This caster here moves to the side, pointing his finger as similar tendrils mark themselves around his body and launch themselves towards Moira, half-dwarven rogue. That's the natural one.
That's a crit fail.
That is a critical fail as the spell fizzles into nothingness before leaving his hands. Guys, you get it together. You got things to do.
What's the range on that spell?
They can extend it, but it's good.
Yeah.
Although if they extend it, they don't get to do their silly thing. Towards the disciple, another caster will form a spell. A 17 against your Constitution defense.
Which is only a 12. I do have additional 2 deflection, but that's I don't think that's
1
going to be
through
enough.
6 will miss you.
Yep.
As you take 12 points of physical damage.
I have damage
Struck-
reduction plus 1, so that's only 11, right?
11, yes.
Okay.
Tendrils strike through, constricting around your arms and leaving a blackened soot residue across your body before disappearing back to the ground, which sent
Gross.
them.
Very gross.
You see, in the far back, the enemies just at the edge of your sight line seem to be crawling into crevices within the rock. As they
That's not
disappear from your view. The rest of the spearmen begin to gather, making their way over. Going to use all of their movement to come here. As these ones drop down to the ground and advance upon you. All of them do so, as with these ones are going to begin crawling the rocks towards you, stepping over the bodies of their fallen brethren.
Well, Zan, looks like my idea is definitely going to be useful now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as that happens, the round resets, and the players, having won the initiative roll, get to decide who acts first in this round.
I definitely think that that the players need to act first, for some very specific reasons. I'm also, as party leader, going to once again choose our vessel Celine to go first.
Thank you.
We had a bit of a discussion.
Mm.
This was necessary.
All right. So first thing I'm going to do is Plague of Shadows with 3 of the 4 shadow orbs on me and covering the entire top of this thing, and the 4th one being at the base of it, right around. I'd say probably around here if I can. So somewhere in my line of sight that I can do that. So everything up here is going to be blind. Everything at the top is going to be blinded. That's so all of them. However, since I can see through shadows, that's not going to affect me. And
What is the radius on your Plague of Shadow?
Plague of Shadows is 4 10-foot radius spheres.
Okay.
Within 60 feet of it, anywhere you can see.
So that entire area at the top is going to be completely covered. And then the 4th one is going to be like right there at the base.
So the base is all the way down where we are.
Yeah,
Kinda like
but the
right
idea
here?
being somewhere down near the bottom. And then that way I can then use the last 3 of my action points and shadow step from where I am, which is completely in shadow, to the 4th one, which is completely in shadow and completely out of their range.
So you want the 4th one down here, like somewhere like right there?
That a good place for it there,
Yeah,
Neff?
that'll work.
All right. Calling upon your patron, whispering into the darkness, you access power granted to you as a vessel. Absorbed into the shadow, you walk between worlds and emerge on the other side. The creatures, unable to see you, cannot make opportunity attacks as you out of existence and reappear.
And they're all blind, so they don't know what the fuck's going on.
They have no idea. You muttered some strange words. Shadows began to appear around you. Those that can understand them hear them whispering of devils and demons that have beset them again. Celine, is that all of your action?
That is all 9 of my action points.
Alrighty. Because you have ended your turn at 0 hit points, your willpower once more is reduced by 1. Activating your feature, I believe, also used power. So you are at 4 out of 7. If you are granted any sort of temporary hit points, that will stop your willpower from depleting. No. And the enemy take their turn, unless Ben wants to initiate.
I can't initiate Opportunist because that was the first turn of the initiative round.
Does it say?
Opportunist. You may take your turn immediately after an ally takes their turn, as long as that ally is not taking the first turn of the encounter.
Encounter. Not round.
Oh, yeah. I might as well take Opportunist then. What question? AP for stowing or drawing weapons?
Call it 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I stow my my crossbow and draw my flails.
I'll
We're
say
gonna call
if you drop your crossbow and draw out on the ground and draw out your flails, you can do that for 2 actions.
Okay, that's what I'll do. Crossbow's on the ground now. I might come back and pick it up at some point. And then, of course, I'm going to spend 5 AP to go here.
Okay. Sprinting to the spearmen that have advanced on your cart, you meet them head-on in melee combat.
Yep. I am going to go into dissonance stance because I have to at this point. Otherwise, I'll lose all the ki I got. And I'm going to spend... Let me see here. What do I want to do? What would be a nice one? All right. Let's see. You know, I'm gonna have some fun here. I'm going to go with lightning weapon on my flails, and I'm going to spend +1 afflicted lightning with a key, and I think +1 d6 lightning damage with key. And then I can spend 1 more key, and that's it. I'm pretty sure.
Is it rounded up or down? Half your level rounded.
Let me go check again. In any given round, you may only round it up. So I could do 2 more. 7 divided by 2 is 3.5. Rounded up is 4. So
yep.
Actually, so I'm going to spend 4 key instead. I'm going to do 2 afflicted lightning and 2 d6 lightning damage.
Alrighty, go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay. +6. That's a 14 against their strength, dex or con defense.
Looking at them, they are moving relatively nimbly. You're guessing their dexterity defense is relatively high. As for their
I'm going to go for their con defense because they've been pretty squishy lately.
That'll hit.
All right.
Just barely.
Okay, that's fine by me. I'm dealing 1d10 plus or 1d8 plus 4 plus 2d6, and they're going to get, afflicted with lightning.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
All right. That's 15 damage.
And an affliction of lightning. Yellow. Remember, you enter into dissonance as static electricity begins to build around you. Cacophonous noises rise as the elements in your vicinity begin to act unnaturally. Your flails move through the air as lightning emits out from them, and your strike lands square into an upraised arm of your enemy as bolts of searing electricity drive themselves through him. Takes a great deal of damage in the process. He is looking very worse for wear.
I'm sure he is. I'm gonna use a second action because I can. Second of the same action. I'm gonna second first, same as the first sort of thing. We're gonna do lightning weapon, and this time we're gonna spend the last key to increase that range against a creature afflicted by lightning by 2.
Alrighty.
Because
attack.
I want to make him very dead as dead can be. 20, so the 6. That is going to be attacking nothing. Because I'm pretty sure that's below all his defenses. It's a glancing blow.
Strength.
Say again? Strength?
Pick strength.
Pick strength? Say again, pick strength?
Target strength.
Yeah, I'll target strength.
That hits.
I figured. Say again, pick strength?
Your attack lands. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, I thought we got rid of the annoying
Sure.
fairies.
No, there's 6
Almost
damage.
Hey,
Like,
listen!
Well, that is 1 over what you would have needed to kill him. He afflicted with lightning, electricity surging through his. Oh, 1 second. Surging through his body, causing it to jolt and shift in pain. He drops to the ground dead.
and his head pops.
Yes.
I mean, a flail makes people's head pop.
You gave him the scanner's makeover.
You see, that should.
This is
leave
why we
me
wet the
with-
scalp before we give people the chair. Otherwise, their head.
Let me check here. For
But
a
isn't that
second.
half the fun?
I don't have enough. Never mind. I
Y'all direct?
will. I've got like 1 AP, and so I don't really have anything else I can do.
Turning towards you and using their own opportunist feature to act in tandem. Use blue for this.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Nope, never mind. They're out of range. They are beyond 30 feet from me.
Yes. Acting in tandem, 2 of the spearmen approach you, Eliana. Surrounding you, spears drawn, they attempt to drive them into you for bringing down their companion. Make their attacks. Nope. Please. Roll 20. Behave. Do what I want you to do. Thank you. The first one will hit. As you are struck, you take 14 points of piercing damage.
13 points.
13 points. And as that happens, there is poison on their spears that racks through your body. You are afflicted 3. Your maximum hit points are reduced by 6, and you take 6 damage.
Yep.
Reverse those. Take 6 damage and reduce your max.
Already calculated it.
Perfect. The second one turns in, attempts to bring his spear to bear on you. A 19 against your dexterity defense.
Still hits.
9 points of piercing damage to you, and your affliction is increased by 1, reducing your max HP by an additional 2. Seeing you wounded, they call out. Those of you that can speak the language, this is not any words that you recognize, but seems to be a signal. You see one of them take out a horn and bring it to their lips. It is the party's turn to act.
Let's see, who do I want to go next? You know what? Phalor, go for it.
You want me to go?
Yes.
All right. Let me see. I did not mean to do the circle. Let me see something with the pole. All right, so polearm's got a 10-foot reach.
It does.
How much AP does it cost to do attacking?
4.
4.
All right. So let me. So I'm going to move right here.
Mark it for me one more time. There, thank
There
you.
you go. And under normal circumstances, I might try and. Okay, first off, question with
Yes.
thread of life and death.
Mhm.
Actually, never mind. I think I answered my own question as I thought about it.
No worries.
I can't use that right now. I can only use that kind of thing when a target dies.
Yes.
Now I'm still in wolf form, so technically I have 10 AP.
Yes.
So
Though that does restrict your weapon use. Oh wait, no, you did aspect of the wolf, and then you can do that.
Yep.
If you're in the V shape, yeah, okay, you're good.
So I'm going to use a weapon focus spell.
Perfect.
And let's see. And I actually acid worked out pretty well. Well, but instead, I think I'm going to go with casting Thundering Weapon. And I will spend one of the freebies to increase the threat range.
It is against stunned creatures.
Against stun. Sorry, misread.
No
So I'm going to spend one of my freebies on 1d6 on adding 1d6 bludgeoning damage, and one more. Would I be able to use push an additional 10 feet and
Yeah.
push him into his friend?
Yes, you would.
Then that's what I'm going to do with this, as everybody hears a loud crackle in the skies the end of the spear tip beginning to vibrate and crackle like it's surrounded by a little thunderstorm.
Go ahead and make your attack roll.
All right, so that is attack plus 9, I believe.
1d20 with your spear. It is going to be 1d20 plus 6.
1d20 plus 6. And
However, your spear flies wide, though it does not use up any of your spells, and you gain a combat focus in the process.
Would I be able to use the Wrath Tattoo?
Yes, you would.
That's what I'm going to do, and that's going to be 1d6 plus that's going to be
Or
1d20 plus 8.
Yes. Ooh, yeah, that'll hit.
Let's see, hang on, let me see. Okay, never mind. I was hoping for a crit, but not quite yet. Yeah, that hits. So I believe that is 2d6 plus
plus 2.
And that replaces my weapon damage, I believe.
Or sorry, no, it should be 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2.
Right. All right, so d8 plus 1d6 plus 2.
Ooh.
13 damage.
You stab into him. There is a bellowing sound, thunder, that emits from the tip of your spear as it strikes into your enemy. On this concussive blast, he is flung back, and we are going to use a mechanic that I have just implemented into the system because it's awesome. Being that he is supposed to be flung 10 feet back, but comes to a very abrupt stop when he hits his ally, he will take falling damage, as if he had just fallen 10 feet, which will add, and he will still get pushed back, both of them going 5 feet back, but he will take damage as if he had fallen 10 feet, and take an additional d6 worth of damage.
This seems strangely familiar.
Falling is going to hinder him.
That's 3.
3. 2. Some system did that recently. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I'm taking that. That's going in. I like that. 3 additional points of damage. Having been dealt 16, his ally braces, not taking the falling damage, but he takes all of it as the cacophonous blast reverberates around him. Wind and storm ripping his leather armor from across his shoulders. He looks very worse for wear and on the edge of death.
I got a question for you, Tanner.
Yeah.
Does forced movement out of the AOO zone still provoke an attack of opportunity?
It does not.
Oh, sad.
Mm-hmm. So if you get like flung 40 feet, and it passes you through like 6 people's attack of opportunity, no attack of opportunity. Mostly that is to protect players. Because if I have a giant do that and all of his little minions get attacks of opportunity, that wouldn't work out so well.
It's a good way to minimize kicking circles.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun, though.
You set it up right, it could be. Is that all of your action, Taylor?
I believe that's all my AP.
Right. Turning in, looking in. There is circles, shadows protecting a number of them. These two this caster right here is going to act, pointing a finger down towards Aliana. Black tendrils form and emerge at her feet as they attempt to wither her away.
Didn't they already act?
God!
In fact, didn't all 3 of those shaman act first?
They acted at the end of the last round. So they this is their first action for this round.
Okay.
But it misses, so it murder. Using their opportunist feature, one of the spearmen here is going to attempt a long-range spear throw at Thalor. It will be at disadvantage. 20 plus twice. Well, it's not going to crit, but does a 14 hit your dexterity defense, Thalor?
14 against dexterity, and yes.
Okay. Thrown spear. Roll. Thalor, you are dealt 9 points of piercing damage. However, I believe you have 5 damage reduction, so you only take 4.
Yep.
More pressing of concern to you is the poison attached to the spear tip, which wounds you, afflicting you 3, reducing your maximum, or you can deal 6 damage, and your maximum health is. They've got some very ugly poison on them. As going, and you've all seen this poison acting upon your allies, I would like all of you here to make me a wits based lore or history, whatever it says on your character.
Okay.
So
Crit success. Wish it would have kept that for hits, but whatever.
Aliana, Harold, Moira, you are able to recognize the effect, and I'll get to the if anybody rolls higher than 25. I don't will, but I'll effects. You recognize the effects of this poison. It's Manticore venom. Manticore venom is very expensive. It's hard to procure. The fact that all of their weapons are poisoned with it means something more to you. Those of you who got above a 15 recognize it. Aliana, you know something more. With 25 on your roll, you are able to recall a little bit of history about this particular tribe. They are known as the Zu-Dar-Na. They, like much of Ma'elo, hate demons and devils, and specifically use manticore venom to eradicate demonic threats. For one reason or another, they view you and your party as such a threat, one of Gehenna, demon. That sits strange.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity. I assume speaking to the party is a free action.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone, they think we're demons. Can anyone try and disabuse them of this thought? They have manticore venom. This tribe hunts demons with manticore venom. They think we're all demons. If this is a misunderstanding, we might be able to stop further bloodshed. Can anyone talk to them?
There are two of you that speak the language. Thalor and... Who was the other person?
Celine?
Celine. Both have taken their turns. If you want to initiate a dialogue with them, you would need to... That would be more than a reactionary quick utterance. Do that on you. But the enemies have acted. It is the party's turn to act. Party leader, who would you like to act next?
Well, if Thalor and Celine have already taken their turns, there's not really much I can do.
At least in terms of diplomacy, no.
I'd rather move to diplomacy. If we don't have to kill them, I don't want to kill them. Be that as it may, I will give it to Thornick.
Thornick, it is your turn.
All right, well, so here's the problem. I'm in the middle of a rage right now. I don't give two shits. I'm going to... These guys have come after me. I'm going to fight back. So, yeah, maybe these guys can do diplomacy, but this motherfucker right here is right on top of me. I'm going to be dealing with him. I'm going to go ahead and cleave his ass.
Thornick, can I make a suggestion as someone who knows the system relatively well?
Okay, what you got for me?
Use 2 action points to make a lunging attack. To increase the range of your weapon with 5 feet. So theoretically, if you are to kill this person, which you're probably gonna, you would have enough reach to cleave into the person behind you.
Oh, I like the way you think. All right, we will do that. I will go ahead and, do a lunging cleave.
All right, go ahead and make me your attack roll.
All right, so that is 2d6, or that is 2d20 plus 9. $28, baby! That's a hit!
Not only is that a hit, Thornick, that is a critical hit, as your greatsword crits on a roll of 19 and 20. Go ahead and roll me 3d12 plus 5.
Alright, 3, 12 plus 5. Yeah, not bad. I'll take 21.
Cleave hits the first enemy, afflicting it with a wound just very similar to the wounds that have been dealt to you, reducing his maximum hit points by 6. On top of that, you deal him 21 points of damage as he crumples into the ground dead, your blade swerving, reaching to hit the enemy behind you as well, cleaving straight into him. As this is a critical hit, he too suffers a wound, being afflicted as the blade drives down deep into him. His maximum hit points are reduced by 6, and he takes an additional... Oh, God. 15 points of damage, dropping him dead as well.
Alright,
That's
let me
it.
hit that button.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Yeah, I did. I got a BOGO.
Double kill.
Kill one, get one free.
Dropping down dead. As a reaction, you see another one of the shamans bring a horn to their lip and blow it. Thornek, what else would you like to do for your turn? You have
Ah.
an ungodly amount of AP remaining.
Yes, I do. Not much else I can do up here, and I am not dumb enough to go charging into that group on the other plateau where all those shadow orbs are. So I'm just going to take my movement, and I'm just going to drop down to probably about right here.
Okay, go ahead and make me a dexterity athletics.
All right. And actually, I get, because I am in skirmish rage, I get advantage on that.
So you get to roll it twice and take the higher. Woo.
Yeah, so that
Oh,
is...
yeah.
Unfortunately, dexterity is also one of my weaknesses, so my dex roll is not my bet. What was the other thing? Dexterity what?
Athletics.
Okay, so that's not too bad then, actually, because that means that's... Because I have a +4 on athletics, so that's actually just going to be +3. So... 20 plus 3... I'm just going to roll these twice. I think I'll take the 21.
Yeah, I think that's the better option as well. Nimbly making your way down the side of the plateau, you find yourself within reach of your allies once more. I moved. The wrong person. I moved. A trail of cleaved and burning bodies from your ranger companion in your wake. So, there. Meaning it is your enemy's turn to act. At the sound of the second horn, you notice these two spear throwers acting in tandem and crawling in to the crevices within the rock.
Shouldn't I still be up here, or did he drag me down?
Oh no,
I
I
went alone.
accidentally moved the wrong person. I moved you back.
Yeah,
I
I
should've
didn't
moved.
take anyone with me. You're right there.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to double check.
It was an oopsie on my part.
You're human. You live.
Sometimes.
Live and learn.
Those two spear throwers having moved, it is the party's turn to act once more.
You know what? Our good hunter buddy probably needs to come down at some point.
Yay!
Your turn, Harold.
Yay. Let's see.
I do have to ask Tanner, did you put more parties into this skirmish once you've learned that there were going to be 8 of us?
Oh yeah, there's a lot more people than.
I think that didn't work to our advantage. Considering how many of us are on the precipice of death.
You are fine.
Tanner,
Doing
question.
great. Yes.
What? Given where the 4 square where my like right here, would I be able to move here and then do action, or would I still be on the mountainside?
No, it'd be kind of uneven terrain, but as a ranger, I'm going to hand wave it and say you'll be just.
Sweet. I'll move right there, so that'll be 4 AP.
Yep.
And then from there,
If you make a lunging attack for 2 AP, you can hit this guy here with your torch.
who's in the mood for barbecue?
I think all of us are.
Long pig.
I don't
Let's-
think that these are pigs. They're orcs.
That's why it's long pig.
Never mind.
Let's do it.
All right, go ahead and make me an attack roll.
What was it?
It is 1d20 plus on your sheet 7 for you.
Yep. One.
21, more than enough to hit. Go ahead and roll me 2d6 plus 6 damage.
Yep. And let's go down. 14.
Ooh, ouch! Always my buddy who made 3 of these characters, though I think 2 of the ones that are being played right now, always surprises. That is more than enough to, in burning flame, char this person as he drops to the ground, body on fire.
Won't you light my fire?
That leaves me with 7.
You can't attack again in the same turn.
I know. I'm looking.
So-
I'm planning.
He's within range, so I'm going to be spending my reaction.
Hell yeah.
So I'm spending 1 vitality
Mhm.
to use Thread of Life and Death.
Yes.
So, Zan, Rick, how much HP are you guys down?
If
I'm
Neff-
at
if
49.
if Neff is in range, you should do Neff because he's at 0.
Yeah.
But I'm at
Neff-
8.
I'm not dead yet. I'm feeling much better.
Let me see if he is.
Neff, as soon as you said that.
Oh, he's in range.
I was going to say, Neff, as soon as you said that, a rock hits you on the head.
Rick, stop interrupting.
Neff, you are back at 20 HP.
Ooh, boy.
Hallelujah.
I forgot how much intuition you had.
And I believe let me see. That's probably not. That is probably. Oh. No, that's not. That is not close enough to have that one count as well. So I'm not, and I can only do 1 reaction. So that's not going to count. Well, our guy who's dying is no longer dying.
Yes, very
Mhm.
important. Harold, the rest of your action. What would you like to?
I'm going to. Looking at that. I'll use one of my rejuvenation potions.
All right. Using 4 action points to down a rejuvenation potion, granting you 6 temporary hit points. Now, these
Okay.
temporary hit points will go away at the end of the encounter. The way that they work.
Okay.
Alrighty. Granting yourself a little bit of 12 temporary hit points. Yes, 12 temporary hit points. Granting yourself a little bit of buffer against extra attacks. You ready yourself for the wave of assault. Is that all of your action?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't I have an ability where if I have any AP at the end of my turn, it'll carry over to the next person?
Yes, your party can use that as they choose. I forgot you were a guide. How much HP do you or AP do you have left over?
3.
3.
If my math is correct.
Yep.
Yes, you'll have 3 left.
So, anyone who acts after Harold is able to use 3 AP. It is a limited resource, so if someone uses it, someone else can't, but it is there for people who want and or need it. Guides are awesome.
Okay.
Alrighty. The enemies take their turn. This shaman right here once more brings a horn to his lips and proceeds to crawl into the cliff face, appearing, using his initiator ability or opportunist ability. This spearman right here will follow his allies, disappearing into the cliff face as well.
This isn't good.
Of course
It
it
is
is.
the party's turn to act.
It's the party's turn to act.
Yep.
I think the only person left that hasn't acted is Coops at this point, right? Or Coops and Moira, excuse me. Okay, Coops, your turn.
Oh, okay.
Remember that all these people in the dark red zone are inside the cliff face and thus untargetable. Or dark red brown zone, I guess.
Yeah.
Maroon. There we go. They're a bunch of maroons.
No.
Now all we
Better-
need is a Molotov cocktail for the ones I put in darkness.
Alright, I'm gonna have Froggy over here move a little closer to these guys who are over here.
Oh, those guys are untargetable. Remember that.
Oh, they're untargetable? Oh,
Yeah.
So this guy
because
isn't. He's out in the open.
Yeah, this guy's still targetable.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna move my familiar here, and I'm gonna target this guy with... what the heck? I'll throw another magic missile at him.
Alrighty. Go ahead and make your attack roll 1d20 plus billion. Plus 7.
1d20... 21.
That is most definitely a hit. You get to add a secondary effect in for free, and you may utilize spell points to add up to an additional 3 secondary effects. On top of that.
I'm gonna add +1 confused to it.
That would be from your compulsion one. The magic. They're a little sorry. They're a little disordered on the sheet, but your magic missile options are here. I've highlighted. You can add more damage, or you can put a condition on him afflicted. Those are probably your best 2 options.
Then I'm adding afflicted to it.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll me 1d6 plus 4 damage. Or sorry, yeah, plus 4 damage.
1d6 plus 4. 5.
5 points of damage as a magic missile is spit out from Bilgerd the Thunder Toad. Ripping through the air, it strikes the shaman right in the hip as etheric fire begins to sear over the rest of his body. He is dealt 5 points of damage and is now afflicted by magical fire. That is you having cast the spell. Would you like to do anything else for your action, Thorgar?
How much AP do I have left?
You have 4 AP left. Used 4 to count.
And can I throw another magic missile at him?
Only 1 spell and attack per turn. Or only 1 attack per turn. You can cast a spell that doesn't require an attack roll. One of those. You have lucidity, though it might not be as beneficial for your party in this particular mode.
Nah.
So staying back near Trotter and Shof to protect them you take up a defensive position as this shaman right here enters into the cliff. And this spearman, through the darkness, fumbles around and enters into the cliff face as well. Last act for the party is Moira.
Alright.
Muted.
Thank you, dear. So, let's see. I am 35 feet away.
From what?
From this dude.
Okay. I didn't see it the first time. Roll 20 being roll 20.
Yep. So, let's see. Let's see. 5 feet. I mean, I've got the AP to spare. So I'm going to go ahead and move to here.
Okay. Charging up ahead into the fray, you move up to the last
And
remaining spearman.
I am going to jump and sheath my dagger, but at the same time as I'm sheathing, I'm clenching my fist for a punch.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and make me an attack roll. 1d20 plus 7.
$13.
13 against his Constitution defense will be a glancing blow. So go ahead and roll me. Use a so go ahead and roll me 1d8 plus 3 plus 2d6.
13.
13. Being that it is a glancing blow, he will only take half of that, as the attack was not quite enough to overcome his defenses. But we don't waste attacks in this game. He's still going to take 7 full points of damage, which leaves him looking not the greatest.
Yes. And I'm going to take those 3 AP points. And I am going to attempt to grapple and subdue.
As you have landed an attack with your fist, and because you are trained in the ways of unarmed combat, you can choose to grapple him for free without needing to spend AP.
Spiffy.
Your unarmed master. You walk him down and he enters into your grasp, hindering his movement and preventing any sort of escape he might have planned.
Alright, then I'm going to double check to see if he's got any antidotes on his person then.
Go ahead and make me a wits investigation. So it's going to be 1d20 plus 5.
Yes, I was just doing that math. 12.
12. Looking over his body and as close as you are, you do see that he wears a satchel at his side. You're not sure of the contents, but if there are antidotes, they would be in there.
Alright. If I have one hand available, I snatch the satchel off his side and toss it towards the druid.
That would be an additional attack, a disarming attack.
Damn.
So you'd have to wait till the next round to do that, but you have spotted where it is.
Okay.
Is that all of your action?
Yes, that'll work then,
Hey.
and that still leaves that 3 AP, so...
With the party having acted, these creatures in the shadow Celine, you would be more intuitively aware of their movements, though the rest of the party would just hear shuffling in the darkness. Because you created these embodiments of Shadow Celine, you can feel them more than you can see them entering in to crevices in the cliff face. All of them. Celine, go ahead and make me an intuition investigation.
Intuition investigation. Okay, let me see. That's +5. Okay. Etten.
18. Creatures are retreating. From their body language and from their movements, as ordered as it is, you get the idea that the defense your party has mounted has dissuaded these creatures that you are something that they can take in this moment. They are retreating to recuperate themselves. On an 18, you think it is unlikely that they will re-engage at any point soon.
I let the party know, well, I think we scared them off. They seem to be running away and don't want to come back.
Well, I say let them go. If they want, there's no honor in fighting people who are scared.
As party leader, I look towards Thalor and Celine. There's still a shaman on the rocks, and we still have this one here in Moira's loving, tender care. Tell them we're not demons.
The round reset. It is the party's turn to act. Party leader.
Party leader tells the people who can talk to the two remaining things on the field to talk to them. Thalor or Celine, whoever thinks they're more persuasive, not coercive, excuse me. Wrong intention. Which one of y'all wants to go first?
I got persuasion +3. I'm not sure what he's got.
I don't have persuasion at all.
Celine, talk to the fuckers.
All right, then I will yell out, "We are not demons! Stop attacking us!"
Celine, go ahead and make me a resolve persuasion. It will cost you 4 AP to do this, just...
Well, with that
19.
+8, yeah.
You call out that you are not demons. There is shuffling amongst the hills. You notice that this shaman here is going to use his reaction to call back to you.
If you are not demons, then why do you travel? Death before Gehenna.
He's asking why we travel with a demon?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, that's actually a good question. I'm guessing that that's what's in the box, so...
I mean, the old man already guessed that was what was in the box, too, but... if we're still all relaying this between each other, Eliana just be like, what demon? We don't know any demon here.
Eliana, how do you respond? Celine, how do you respond?
Well, okay. For a question, this is just more character knowledge here.
Yeah.
The thing that we're transporting it to what?
The Temple City of Esh.
Okay. What do they usually do with demons themselves?
You would be acutely aware that, especially in Mont Alo, a grand sacrifice to a true deity would be a demon, to banish a soul that is meant for Gehenna to the outer plane.
So in other words, they're going to sacrifice it and get rid of it anyway.
Yes.
I yell back, "It's going to be sacrificed!"
In Mont Elo.
Yeah, and where it's, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, Mont Elo in the city of Esh, where it's going to be sacrificed by the High Priestess to send it back to the Outer Realm. Blah, 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 blah.
You convey this. There is confusion visibly not only on the shaman but on the spear bearer as well. Then you work not with the demons who have infested the land.
Of course not. We hate them as much as you do.
Then release my worry. It will make way.
Moira, that's on you. You're still holding him.
Moira looks over to Celine. What'd he say?
He says release them and we can all go and we'll go. They'll leave us alone. We'll leave them alone.
Antidotes first.
Ask for an antidote. Don't demand them.
Yeah. Say, can we get an antidote for the poison at least?
We carry no such antidote. You will need to find a place of power and cure yourself of the disease before it's over.
I say to the party, or I say to Moira, these idiots don't even have an antidote to their own poison.
Are you shitting me?
Well, they're not exactly the brightest, are they?
Oh, good gracious me.
Aliana
Moira
looks over-
shoves
Go
the
ahead.
spearman towards the shaman. She's tempted to kick him in the ass, but she doesn't.
Going into a bounding sprint, he looks one look back towards the party before scrambling up into the mountain here.
Be wary, travelers. There is something infesting these. It has come for us. It will come for you too.
And with that, he also quickly turns his back and almost like a spider crawls into the crevice.
Yeah.
You just got her squick.
You just press K's trigger button there.
Actually, as he's disappearing, I yell out, hey, if you want to follow us, you can hunt it down too if you want.
At this moment, the hills are silent. The only thing surrounding you is the deep carnage that you have wrought, having successfully survived the encounter.
Side note,
Round of
Rick,
combat.
this is where you would start harvesting materials.
Mm.
No, I was going to say,
Hello.
like, while the whole conversation was going on, when he realized there was no more fighting, he was just scavenging.
Alright. You are scavenging. Make me a wits investigation roll.
Okay, so investigation roll. So 1d20 plus investigation plus 4.
Don't forget your wits mod as well.
What? Ooh, 13 plus 14.
Wits mod.
Wits
So
mod.
that would be
Yeah, wit mod, which the wit mod. Oh,
the one under
Plus
the
one.
14.
I was looking at I looked at the ability defense. My apologies. I'll redo
worries.
that.
I'll keep your 13. It's a good roll.
Keep 13. Okay, 13 plus 1 plus 4. Plus 5, so
18.
yep.
Scrounging around, you look and are able to find amongst the bodies here 4 vials of manticore poison. It is a very potent poison. Unlike most other poisons, it's not something that can be refreshed. It is at like an alchemical station or by a ranger. It is a one-time use, but it will last an encounter, and if you secure a hit with one, it will automatically inflict a wound. A severity 3 wound will reduce its target's HP by 6 for the number of you got hit by. In addition, or I'll give you that. That is what you would kind of base know about manticore poison. Moira,
Look.
as a rogue, you have the identify feature. As these poisons are brought before you, look at them. You can tell that they are quite a bit more insidious than just the affliction that they deal. I'll read you the effect. This poison diseases its victim, inflicting it 3. That's what's happened to you. Each time a creature rests or recovers with this disease, the severity of the wound increases by 1. Which is a perfect time to talk about the rest and recovery mechanics in this game.
Before you do that,
Yes.
I did want to ask this.
Yes, please.
I have the primalism artistry,
Yes, you do.
specifically curses and rituals. I do believe I could make a place of power if need be.
Need be. It would take you a little bit of time, but yes, you are able to do that.
Mhm.
With my alchemy artistry, what can I do to stop this diseased poison?
The disease at the moment has already infected you. Manticore is particularly nasty in that a lot of poisons you can just effectively remove from your system by recovering. Manticore poison affects you as a disease. You will need to visit a place of power or find someone who maybe specifically has a relationship with a deity to purge it from you.
Everybody
Those are going-
Is my patron a deity or is my patron something else?
That is up to you. Would you like me to pick for you?
Well, what makes the most sense?
Probably the most sense for your character. What kind of shadow magic do you think is the coolest? Creepy shadow magic, like assassin shadow magic, chaotic shadow magic?
Probably chaotic.
Chaotic. Then your patron most likely would be Puck, one of the Fey deities. Not a deity recognized in Mont Elo, but that's relatively common for adventurers. Puck, the god of trickery and oftentimes shadow or skullduggery, oftentimes associated with the god of thieves or gambling. You could reach out to Puck using a mechanic known as relationship points in order to effectively cure a disease.
Well, let's
That's
try
what-
that.
Okay. As 7 successful, you would have going to assume that in worshiping your deity and so you would have where is the note on the want two relation points that you could use pretty much every day to refresh everything. And on top of that, you would have 4 that you have built up over time that wouldn't refresh every. Effectively, you could use 2 points to remove the disease from. So you could remove it from up to 3 targets with power of your.
Then let's do that.
Hey,
Aren't there 5 people afflicted with poison?
yes. So you're gonna have to play favorites.
Well, wait a minute. With is that 3 per point or is that 3 period?
So you have 6 points total. 2 is refresh every day, 4 don't, and it's 2 each person. So you could effectively heal 3 of your party members.
Well, let's see. Who's got the highest affliction? I've got a 5.
I've got a 4.
I've got a 3.
Wait, what?
I believe I had a 6.
You
Okay,
weren't
so-
afflicted, were you?
Oh,
I'm sure.
I don't think you were ever poisoned, Monk.
Thaler got hit, but just once. He's just afflicted 3.
all right.
I think was I know I was hit at the very beginning. Was I affected?
Yeah, you have.
You were hit by the
afflicted
spearman, yeah.
Okay.
3.
So I'll take the top 3.
So that'd be you, me, and then one of the people with 3. Of which there are 4 of them. I think the only person not poisoned is Coops.
No,
Pretty
I
sure
didn't
even-
get hit.
Might have only been a
I never even got
glancing hit
attacked. I never even got attacked.
then. True. So
How the hell does that happen where you were?
so
I know, right? That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, why didn't anyone attack me?
You're scary. You had a lot. What he did, you dealt. You were, because you have 5 damage reduction. It got reduced.
Oh, that's right. I did get attacked, but I never got poisoned.
Yeah.
So the only 2 people not poisoned are Coops and John. The top person with poison is you, Neff. The second person is
Which
me.
is why I need it off me now.
Mhm. The second person is me, and then there are 3 people with 3.
So we'll just roll a. We'll just pick one randomly.
I'll
Let's,
hold off.
Okay, so we still got a 50-50 of who's left. Who are the 2 that are left?
Me and Monk. Yeah. The ones that are left are Lake K, Monk, and I.
Harold, Taylor, and Moira.
Yep.
Moira gets it.
Eh?
As
I
you
rolled it.
reach
I rolled a D3.
out to the god of chaos, a voice answers back. We could heal them, or we, Trist. We could let luck decide, and I'll heal one more of them. Or if luck goes really poorly for you, maybe we make one of them worse. Up to you.
Let's not leave it to luck.
No, that's no fun.
We'll
Fine,
leave the luck
then.
for next time.
And the calling out to your patron, you are able to embody the effects of the cure disease ritual instantaneously using your power to do so. The 3 people you chose are now cured of their affliction, removing the manticore disease from them. They gain back the maximum hit points that they lost.
Alright.
Hooray!
So I'm back to full.
Well,
So-
on your maximum hit points. The current hit points that you lost are still lost.
Yeah. So, talk about recovery a little bit. Those of you who are still afflicted by the recovery, you will increase the severity of your condition when you recover. But recovery effectively works like a short little rest. It doesn't take any time. You just have to not be threatened. Effectively, what you can do is when you recover, for spellcasters, you gain back spell points, and when anyone recovers, they gain back vitality. And then you put the times recovered in this little time recovered box character sheet. What you guys need to know is at any point when you're not threatened, even without having to recover, you can turn in 1 vitality to heal yourself. And it will tell you how much you heal yourself in this little box that says vitality. So, if you are...
For example, if I want to get back at some HP, I could spend 2 vitality for my current vitality pool to get 12 HP per each, and give myself 24. So that makes sense to everybody. Which is what I'm doing, by the way.
Honestly, I don't think I need. I only lost 5 HP throughout that whole round, so throughout that whole combat. So I don't know.
Some people will need it more than others. I mean, Celine got a pretty hefty heal during that fight.
Well, I'm still down 35, but
yes.
What exactly it says? Okay, so which one? Because it's my hit point per vitality is blank right now.
Oh, that is a mistake. Your hit point per vitality for you is 10.
Oh, okay. Well, sheesh, if that's the case, I could definitely use a couple to get back.
Yeah.
Your times recovered is
vitality...
also it's 0.
So effectively, recovering is what you do to gain back vitality. But utilizing vitality to heal yourself doesn't mean you recover. This mechanic, what it does is effectively as you go on through your adventure without resting, the times that you need to recover to gain back a little bit vitality to heal yourself will go up. And recovering more and more times reduces your maximum vitality pool, which kind of determines how close to death your character.
Yeah.
Effectively, if you need to regain spell points or you need to regain vitality, that's when you recover. If you just need to regain hit points, you don't have to recover. You just use vitality from your current vitality pool to turn them in for hit points.
I'd like to say that this is actually a lot better than the original push forward or rest mechanic.
I've been working to try to streamline it. It's probably the most complex part of the system in terms of just things that are new and not comparable to other systems. But I like it because it puts a limit on the amount of things you can do in an adventuring day in a more natural way, where the higher level you are, the more time or the longer you'll be able to go during a day, and the further away you are from death.
Yeah. And then, Tanner, was there any way to recover willpower?
Yes, all of your willpower comes back at the end of an encounter. However, the one exception to this is for Celine. You used one of your willpower to invoke the name of your patron and summon Shadow. That willpower doesn't recover until you rest. So until you take a little sleep.
Yep. So you're back up to 6 of 7 willpower, just so you know.
Alrighty, that's something at least.
Yeah. No, this was even back when this was less refined than it was now. The recovery system that Tanner had was so much better than the whole short rest, long rest thing that the world's most ubiquitous game does and does very poorly. I think at this point your times recovered should still be at 0, Neff.
Mm-hmm.
Because you haven't recovered to regain any vitality. Now, if you're going to spend,
that's right. Yeah,
you spent vitality to get HP. I'm guessing you spent 30 or 3 vitality to get up to 50 again?
Or 2.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
So yeah.
Your current max
so
vitality should still be at 9.
Pool? That's 9.
Getting used to this sheet.
It's all good. It's a learning curve for sure.
It's the current vitality pool that you want to reduce by 3.
Yeah.
Now, because the Manticore Venom is special, the purged on Riku doesn't go in effect here. But when we do a recover, I believe that number is how many ranks of afflictions you can purge at once, right?
Oh, so recuperation is something you can do in combat. We realized that having to track the timers on conditions was really a bummer. So there's a difference between conditions and wounds.
That's right.
The things you got are wounds, they are permanent. But a lot of the time in a combat, you will be given a condition. Like afflicted as a condition rather than a wound will deal you damage every round that you have it. However, as a 4 action point action, you can recuperate during combat and purge a number of negative conditions that are on you from yourself. So if you were, I don't know, an enemy had weakened you in combat, you can recuperate mid-combat and purge that weakened condition from yourself. It just takes action points, so it effectively reduces what you're able to accomplish in a turn in order to, have more longevity.
Yeah. And to anyone who knows anything about the Final Fantasy Legend Edition project, if that sounds familiar, that's because we took inspiration from Brother Tanner here regarding negative conditions and their durations.
That is the best form of flattery.
Well, as Monk and I always say, if you're going to steal from the best.
There we go.
Um,
As
as
party. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, as it is, I don't know whether we just have closing comments for this section because I do know that a number of people are going to have to dip out here in about 10 minutes,
Gotcha.
including us. I think.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun getting back into this.
I love this game. I love this game. I want you to get closer to publication, Tanner.
Yeah.
I'm very close to it right now. Really, I'm just cementing a few things.
Man,
There are a few new
he's at the home
mechanics.
stretch like we are.
Yes, there are a few mechanics that I'm testing out that I want to have more refined. I just finally put in the final classes into the game, so those are into the game. I just made a druid that is pet based.
Nice.
There is one sorcerer that I maybe am kind of thinking about, but I don't really think that needs to be in the full version of the game. Still more just fun thought rather than something invented that really has something to it. And in general, there are a couple of things like wagons and carts and vehicles that I am cementing more because for a lot of the play session, your cart is part of the game. What you store on your cart, how you carry it, what it can travel over, all that. So I'm just making sure that is good.
If I remember correctly, the cart was the way that a lot of classes could recoup some of their specialized resources, like making more potions as an alchemist or making more scrolls as a wizard.
So, yes, we are kind of formalizing that in our final playthrough. I've got a playtest campaign that I'm running right now that we're kind of going through a number of those, and we're testing out mechanics that are a little bit on the fly, seeing what needs to streamline. A bunch of streamlining has already happened. It is, as I'm sure you've noted, it's a crunchy system, but it doesn't claim that it's not. It does claim that it is equally as crunchy as the very ubiquitous fantasy game, even though they try to say it's so simple. It's very much not. This game has a couple of mechanics that are complex at the outset, but once you learn them, they work that way forever, as compared to theoretically, a 200-page spell list with, a billion different spells that each have their own mechanics that you have to memorize if you want to actually know how to play the game.
Which you don't have to do with your game.
No, the spells work the way they do. There's a limited pool. They are very flexible. The rituals have finally just been completed. They will probably be what they are as they are now, or very close to it in the final implementation. And then the other thing that we are working on for the game is the artwork. I have an artist I'm working with. He's fantastic. I'm really relatively picky, but he does a really, really good job with all of my ideas and turning feasible. And so I'm building up a wealth of artwork, and then once all of that is together, I'll start putting it into the PDF and doing all of that. Now, there is, and I know people need to go in the next 8 minutes, there's a second leg to this little adventure. It picks up with some of the things and hints that were dropped here. If people are interested in that, I'm always happy to run this. This is fun for me to run.
Yeah, I want to finish this out.
Yeah. And as you saw, the first round of combat, it took a while, right? Everyone's reading their abilities, everyone's learning how the game is going. The second 3 rounds of combat went faster than the first one. And it continues to kind of progress as that. One thing that I like about this game is that once it clicks, and you don't have to relearn anything. Even when you level up, you just get new things you can do, but that operate on mechanics you already know. So the game doesn't get any harder after the first one, and it goes a lot smoother.
Once again, we did previously do a Valley of the Judged on all this. We had nothing but praise looking at class design, even with some of the incomplete archetypes that you had back then, because you were still very much building this game. But we understood that. We knew it was a game in beta, and we were looking at a game in beta. And even in beta, it was exceptionally impressive no empty levels, everything's viable. You can build in 100 million different ways. And that, I have to say that in more ways than one, Heavens and Heresies very, very much inspired our design ethos with Final Fantasy Legend Edition. Because we wanted high levels of customization with no empty levels, with the ability for everything and anything to be viable. And so there was definitely some imitation there in ethos, but I think that's also because all three of us share that idea of wide open gameplay that is good. I mean, that's a very, very broad way to put it, and also sort of self-serving, but I don't care. Fuck y'all, I'm shameless, you know that? So
Also, to give people a little bit of a hint of things that are coming and things that are kind of in the pipeline for this,
Ooh.
I'll pull just a little bit of art onto the screen in a moment.
Oh, okay, onto the Roll20 swing. Got it. Dargent!
We've got dragons of different types and colors.
One of those is clearly a moose.
He is a dragon moose.
Yes,
so
the
white-
true ruler of Canada.
The white dragons in my setting are have fur and they have horns and leathery wings rather than white scales and being less intelligent. Weird. But I always describe dragons in my settings as like giant predatory cats. They are still beasts and animals, but they are terrifying because of that. But yeah, there's a number of things that we are kind of working on for this. I'll give you another little fun thing as for an enemy that is shown up in my other campaigns a couple of times. There's our Husker Brute, our Pigmen. There's a number of things. But if you guys are interested, I would very much like to run the rest part of this campaign, as there's a fun little story and surprise and interesting things to come. If you are interested, I always have the time.
I think it's more whether the rest of us have the time.
Yes.
Yes.
That is what I realize.
But I would be wholly interested in running the second half. Maybe it's a different pre-gen. I'd like to switch over to something and try out another package, because I've tried the Inquisitor and now I've tried the Disciple. I'm gonna try something else.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
But we very much appreciate you coming back to the temple, Tanner. We have missed you. We reference you and Brother Joel and a bunch of other devs that need to come back. You motherfuckers, come on!
My hidey hole is very comfortable.
Yes, but we also understand y'all are really busy with your own games. Joel, when he recently finished Lone Wolf Fists, he gave Monk and I both physical copies. So we have physical copies of Lone Wolf Fists now. I just got that one the other day.
That is, what I'm pushing towards to for Heavens and Heresies is beautiful hardback copies, which will take some doing, and I am sure will cost me more money than it will make me, but I don't care. That's what I want. So,
real quick, I gotta head out because I got another call I gotta jump into.
Peace
No
out,
worries.
John.
I'm happy to have had you here.
Yep. Thank you so much, man. It was a fun game. You guys have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, it's always good when we get old friends back in the temple. I constantly am just like, I wonder how those guys are doing, and then when you guys pop in and are finally here again, it's like nothing changed. The best of friends.
The best.
If you hear John in the background, Tanner, it's because that's my husband and he's like 5 feet away from me.
All good. When me and my wife play together, I sometimes hear the echo of my own voice. I'm like, oh, that's Beth. I see.
I didn't know you love the sound of your own voice that much.
I don't despise the sound of my own voice.
Me too, but I have to listen to it in order to review stuff.
Exactly.
It is prep time.
All right. But we appreciate everyone who came to watch the stream today, and especially Brother Tanner coming here running the game. I just Heavens and Heresies makes me so happy.
Now, that being said, as one final note, I will make. Obviously, the schedule is going out tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow at noon. Geek Watch will be back on its usual time at 2 p.m. Central this time around. Last week was a special circumstance. And there will not be Cloister next Saturday on July 6th because I am going to be out of town that day. I will be back the Sunday afterwards, so it's not like I'm taking the whole weekend off. It's not exactly don't before anyone's going, Monk's taking a vacation. No, not really. I just won't be here.
He's gonna be forced for a tavern call.
We'll call it that. But a sincere thanks to everybody who took the time to stop by and enjoy the madness of the temple. I will hopefully see some of you tomorrow for Geek Watch. That should be plenty of fun. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.